Good afternoon, everyone. This is Pal Ponder on weather coming to you live here. It is severe weather day, guys. Man, we got a lot to talk about. It's 1 o'clock, so we're going to be doing storm coverage all afternoon and into the evening tonight because it looks to be a really significant day. They've got a massive, widespread, moderate risk for severe storms in place. The latest outlook from the afternoon update from the Storm Prediction Center did, in fact, keep that moderate risk in place. In fact, they just kind of expanded it a little bit, includes multiple states. It's one of those days that the dynamics are ripe for, unfortunately, strong tornadoes, and some of those could be violent tornadoes with, and even the Storm Prediction Center is mentioning maybe even possible EF3 type tornadoes, and anything that does happen to hit the surface this afternoon could have the possibility to be one of those long track tornadoes as well. So it is for sure a dangerous day. Hey Ross, how you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, Snowies. Hey Jake, hey Weather to Go. Hey, did you see that power outage map in the East Texas? 46,000 people without power. I gotta check it out. I'm getting, oh yeah, 46,000. So we had actually 2 rounds of storms, Weather to Go this morning. I had a round of storms come through Dallas, like literally like 6 o'clock. I take my son to school early because he has soccer practice every morning, and it was just like blinding rain. I could barely even see in front of me. And then it was like pea-sized hail hitting the car, and of course people were texting me, what's happening, what's going on? It's like freak storm that just literally just blew up and within 15 minutes. And but anyways, I made it home okay. And then there was another round that came through about 11 or 12 o'clock, and you can see this is all pushed off into portions of East Texas where they did in fact issue. So this is the band that went through Dallas earlier, that's got several severe thunderstorm warnings attached to it, and dumped some pretty, some larger hail, had some quarter size hail and some 1.5-inch hail down here into Gunbarrel City. But they did in fact go ahead and issue that tornado watch down here in portions of East Texas, which extends all the way into East Texas, into portions of Louisiana, into Arkansas, and this swings all the way up into portions of Batesville. So this is a tornado watch that goes on until about 5 o'clock time frame. So they mentioned a few tornadoes are likely within this watch, and then a couple intense tornadoes possible of widespread damage and isolated significant wind gusts of 75 miles an hour, with isolated very large hail of 2.5 inches in diameter. So what we have to work with this afternoon is this prefrontal boundary. This band of thunderstorms will likely intensify through the afternoon as we get, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as we go towards the peak heating of the day, and that low level jet really starts to, everything kind of, all the dynamics really start to come together. I think things that are going to get really intensifying. So that's why I came on about 1 o'clock, because I feel like even though there's currently there's no currently tornado warnings happening right now, I feel things are about to really get active here in the next hour or two, and then go through about 8 o'clock time frame of maybe like the most peak intensity time frame. So we're going to be staying with this all afternoon into the evening hours, expecting a pretty big event to keep you as safe as possible. But yes, we are expecting numerous tornadoes today on the strong side, and some of these could be some of these intense tornadoes as well. So, and then if we swing up here to Little Rock, Arkansas, this also goes on until about 5 o'clock. So this whole area is susceptible to seeing some of those stronger tornadoes this afternoon. We do have about 46,000 folks without power currently right now in Texas, and a lot of those are along that boundary there into East Texas. If we swing on over to Louisiana, there's about another 46,000 people. So there's 46,000 in both states, 46,000 in Texas and 46,000 and Hey, didn't Pal say almost 48 hours live stream or what? No. I mean, I guess I said you could actually do a live stream for 48 hours because there's going to be some sort of severe weather somewhere for 48 hours, which there has been. It's been a crazy 3 days, and this is day three, and this is the worst. This is the worst of the days to come. So yes, we've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings happening right now. So let's look at some of these going into portions of Arkansas here into the Little Rock, Arkansas area. So at 1:45 or at 1 o'clock, they did have a developing severe thunderstorm that was located along the line 8 miles west of Leola or near Sparkman that had going about 6 miles east of Chichester, moving eastbound at 60 miles an hour. So that definitely gives you an indication of what's on the table this afternoon, as these very fast moving storms, hit the surface and then they get caught up in that low level jet, and they're moving at 60 miles an hour. So we're not going to have too much warnings to be able to warn folks ahead of time because of these fast movements of these storms, especially when there's a tornado on the ground moving at 60 miles an hour. So this is what makes it even more dangerous today with this particular setup. Hey, did you take a sounding of Memphis, Tennessee this morning? That's like a loaded gun type atmosphere. That seems to be the bullseye right along into Memphis, Tennessee. That's the highlighted area where the Storm Prediction Center has the highest impacts for today. Yeah, let's take this off and let's look at the latest guidance. I've got all my laptops up here. I got multiple screens. All right, so here's the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the tornado impacts for today, and with all the areas shaded in red, this is the most highest impact, and you can definitely see the city of Memphis, Tennessee, is basically right in the bullseye from this setup. And so all these areas in the red are likely to see not only tornadoes, but some of these could be on very strong tornadoes and the EF2 type variety. And it's not out of the question we could be seeing some EF3 type tornadoes today with this particular setup, as they stuck with a moderate risk. Whether they go up to a high risk in the afternoon or not, I don't think it really changes anything. It's just all the dynamics are there to have a very dangerous day ahead into in places into Clarksdale, into Pine Bluff, into Greenville, back into Greenwood, all of Memphis, Tennessee, back into Jackson, into Jonesboro here, all the way up into Murray and into Paducah areas. Those are the highest areas of seeing some of those stronger storms, or the highest potential areas of seeing those stronger storms. But even in the slight risk area, or more or less the enhanced risk area, the 10% probability risk area, you still could see some of those stronger tornadoes, as this whole system will be swinging across throughout the day. So I feel like once it gets, yeah, I'm still waiting from the first tornado warning of the day. Yeah, there was one in Little Rock earlier, but that was the last one we had expired really about 11:45. So it's been about an hour and a half since we've had an actual tornado warning in place. So, but things are going to be getting active as we get deeper into the afternoon hours. So we're going to be with this, throughout the afternoon into the evening hours, trying to keep you as safe as possible with all this activity going to be unfolding this afternoon. So let's take a look at some of these areas, because the origination point is essentially right here in Texas. We're looking at this nasty squall line that moved through Dallas earlier, and now they have actually turned severe as they continue to push off to the east. They're dumping some pretty large hail in its path, up to golf ball size hail in and around the Gunbarrel City area, heading off into Athens, Texas here. this is all shifting eastbound, and the movement on these is, let's get a movement on these on this particular one. But yeah, moving about 35 miles an hour. So yeah, there was a severe thunderstorm located over Willis Point area near the Corsicana area, moving eastbound about 35 miles an hour. So you're talking about right along Interstate 20 here, mile markers 513 into 550, 542 area, some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail with this particular storm. Hey, Stormy, how are you doing? Thanks for coming on live with me. Yeah, the SBC is monitoring that huge blizzard across North Dakota as well, 3 inches per hour. Did you see, what was that? What city was that? Troy? I think it was Troy, Montana. I was looking at they got 47 inches in 24 hours yesterday. 47 inches of snow in 24 hours. Because I was looking at the storm reports this morning, and man, I was just like, that's 4 feet of snow in 24 hours. That's really cranking. So yeah, you mentioned 3 inches per hour. So imagine, 47 inches in a 24-hour time frame. So that's, averaging at least 2 inches per hour for 24 hours straight. I mean, that's just incredible snowfall that fell out of Montana yesterday. And yeah, all that's heading out off into the Dakotas today, into Bismarck, and I think Minot is going to be the kind of the bullseye this afternoon into tomorrow as well. So it's going to be adding up those totals in a big way, but it could be an historic event. I mean, they've had pretty significant snowfalls in North Dakota, but for April standards, I think the all-time record's like 34 inches in North Dakota in April. And so if they do, in fact, get that 36 inches, the National Weather Service is forecasting, then yeah, that would be kind of an all-time April record for them. Yeah, 47 inches. That was just unbelievable yesterday. Yeah, so I've got my other radar up on my other screen in case I don't miss any other warnings that do pop up. We've got numerous just severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of these are for that large hail. Basically, once it hits that quarter-size hail criteria, the National Weather Service go ahead and issues a warning. So it issues a severe thunderstorm warning because, if once you get it to quarter-size hail, that's when it starts potentially doing some damage to some, things outside, like maybe cars and stuff. So, but yeah, you have to have at least 58-mile-per-hour winds. You got to have at least quarter-size hail, or you got to have a tornado to produce a severe thunderstorm warning with these storms. So yes, we do have all these areas and orange here are your severe thunderstorm warnings currently right now, but no tornado warnings currently right now. This blue shaded area, that's what they call a mesoscale warning. Typically, the National Weather Service issues those when the criteria is a little bit less than what a normal warning would qualify for. So these winds are 40 miles an hour, not 58. So it does not meet the severe thunderstorm criteria, but it does warrant at least letting you know, hey, we could have some higher winds in this particular area. So all those areas shaded in blue are depicting that, the winds are about 40 miles an hour. And of course, we've got some green shaded boxes too. That is actually flash flood warnings in place because we've had some heavier rainfall along these areas have picked up at least 1 to 2 inches of rain. And we're talking another 1 to 2 inches of rain on top of that. So that can be every bit as dangerous as well. So, obviously flash flooding is a huge concern in setups like these, especially with convective banding. You never want to drive across, flood waters you can't see the bottom of. Your car can literally elevate. It only takes about 6 inches of water, technically, to elevate your car and actually take it downstream. That's where just a small car, typically, if you're in a truck, it takes at least about a foot of water. So, either way, it's always a dangerous setup. If you can't see the bottom, the best case scenario is turn around, don't drown, because obviously it's bad news once you lose traction of your car and you keep floating down, and you never know if you'll be close by a river or something like that. But yeah, so we got another concern today would be some areas that include some flash flooding with these slower movements with these storms. But it's a big day ahead. I mean, right now it's kind of the calm before the storm, if you will. We're just kind of waiting and seeing. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings out, but we have no tornado warnings currently. But I feel once we do get one, we're going to get these things are going to be popping pretty quickly. And I think we're going to be getting some tornadoes that are going to be on the ground for really long time today, for an extended period of time, tracking these things. So it's one of these days that just, anywhere in those risk zones, you want to be on high alert today, because with these movements moving as fast as they are at 50 to 60 miles an hour, you need to be in your safe zone quickly when something happens, and when you get a warning with these particular storms. And it's one of those days you're probably going to be in the shelter for longer than you normally would, because there could be stuff trailing behind it as well. So it's a dangerous combination today, but it's really active today. And there are some storms for tomorrow, but it's not even remotely the same of what we're looking at today. But everything pushes off to the east tomorrow. They have more or less a marginal risk in place. There is a spot that they have just a slight risk for severe weather. So hopefully that cold air kind of wins and follows up with this warm sector today. So it kind of knocks down these storms before they get really too out of hand tomorrow. But today is by far the very dangerous day that could be unfolding with all the dynamics in place. How you doing? Hey, Go West. How you doing? Snowies. You had a lot of lightning. I remember how bad Ida was here. I had about 8 inches of rain. Yeah, you've had some bad storms up there, Ross. I remember one time we were talking, I think New York City it broke the record, like 3 inches in 1 hour or something. For up there, you can only take about a ½ inch to an inch in an hour, and you start getting major flooding. So when they had that 3 inches per hour that time, that was really significant. You get 3 inches in Texas, it's no big deal in an hour, but you get 3 inches in New York City, it's bad. Just like if you get 3 inches in Arizona, there's places are just not the same when it rains that much. Hey, is Houston here? Are we going to get bad weather? Anything to worry about? It does. So we can put on some of the storm risk for today. Let's just highlight this. Let's just highlight this again for everybody that's maybe kind of coming on board here. Of all the areas that could see possibly some severe weather today. So Houston, yes, we do have a slight risk for severe weather, but a lot of that's maybe just kind of conditional risk, as these storms are what they call backbuilding up here towards and into East Texas. So, I wouldn't be terribly too concerned in the Houston area today. I would be more concerned if you live, further into Louisiana. But yeah, this slight risk for severe weather extends all the way into New Orleans, going back into Mobile, going into Montgomery, into Birmingham, back into Huntsville, all the way up here into Cincinnati, Ohio, Columbus, all the way into Fort Wayne, Indiana. Indianapolis is under the gun today, Springfield. All these areas are going to be under the gun for severe weather, and they do extend that marginal risk essentially all the way to Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, Cleveland. So, man, this is just a massive event, a really kind of an outbreak, if you will. So this is basically what they define as a severe weather outbreak, just numerous storms today. And then unfortunately, it could be a tornado outbreak, which typically implies that if you get 10 or more tornadoes, that would classify as an outbreak. And I think with all the dynamics in place today, we could probably easily see 10 tornadoes for today. But They do highlight a pretty good significant risk for an enhanced risk for severe weather, as well as the moderate risk. So this is almost the highest one you can have. This is a level 4 out of 5. So that the probabilities are basically up there, right? So they just depicts on all the dynamics in place, and then the probabilities are really high. They feel really confident of any tornadic activity that happens would not only produce tornadoes, but could be producing strong tornadoes and even some of those EF2, even potentially EF3 type tornadoes, and long track tornadoes as well. So it is one of those kind of rare days. It actually has a lot of the same dynamics. I know a lot of people are actually comparing this to potentially the December 10th outbreak that they had in this area. And it does, and the weather does cycle. I mean, the weather kind of circulates, and sometimes you can get the kind of the same repeatable setup. And even though this is April and that happened in December, a lot of the same dynamics are on the table of all what happened back on that December 10th day are actually in place today. So there's no guarantee this basically the exact same things are going to happen. But yes, there are a lot of similarities to the December 10th to today's potential outbreak, with all the dynamics are fairly similar, with the weather cycling, this afternoon. So yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning in to the live stream. Go ahead and like this live stream, and then you can share it to all the people that's going to be impacted from this area. I mean, you can see the area that are going to be impacted. This is a multi-state event today, essentially from all the areas in the southeast, extending through the Tennessee Valley. It extends all the way up into portions of the Ohio Valley. So a lot of potential people could be impacted from these storms this afternoon. So right now, it's kind of the calm before the storm. So those things are fairly quiet for today's standards. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings in place, but no tornado warnings happening at the moment. So we're just kind of waiting and seeing. I started about 1 o'clock on this live stream because that's when I think that's when things were going to be a little bit more active, or starting to become more active. And as we get into the peak or heating of the afternoon, I feel things are going to be starting to get really active as we get into the later afternoon hours. So we can stop it here. Let's take a look at some of the latest model input on some of the model data of the high resolution guidance. All right, let this cycle through and update, and then we can stop it and look at it all. All right, so here we go. So here's the setup. This is what's happening currently right now. What I'm looking at is the HRRR. This is basically the high resolution guidance. It updates every single hour. So this kind of gives you a snapshot of these particular storms and kind of where they would be at a certain time frame. So let's just kind of walk you through this time frame. So you can actually see, I stopped at about 3 o'clock. So you see how these storms are really kind of discrete and isolated. If we really zoom in, and there's not technically a squall line, right? They're all kind of separated and discrete. That's not good, right? I mean, you got a lot of separation in here. Typically, that really implies you got a lot more breath within these systems. You can have a lot more larger hail within these systems. These systems have a lot more room to start rotating, and they're all separated, right? And basically, pretty much a lot of them are. You see some darker purple starting to show up. That's maybe indications of some of these could be some supercell thunderstorms by that 3 o'clock time frame. You can see it starting to enter portions of the Memphis Tennessee area. That's where the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted that moderate risk for severe weather. And then you get these bow echoes, right? So you got winds potentially of 75-mile-per-hour gust with these storms. You got hail potential up to tennis ball. We saw plenty of that last night. If you were with me on the live stream last night in Central Texas, unbelievable. 5.5 inches. I posted it on my Twitter feed this morning. There was a stone in Salado last night that dropped 5.5 inches hailstone, which is basically about the size of somebody's hand, bigger than any hail chart out there, even bigger than the CD chart that they have on these National Weather Service maps. And then on top of that, they had the most significant tornado of the day. And I looked at some of the damage this morning, and there's homes that are really almost completely destroyed. I mean, that was a massive tornado that came through. So the National Weather Service will be assessing the damage from that particular storm. So they got hit all three sectors. They were under flash flood warnings last night. They had that massive hail, widespread 3 inches, some stones of 4 inches, some stones of 5.5 inches. And then they had that huge, large tornado that dropped. We talked about, we had a rope tornado about 5:40 yesterday afternoon. And then about 5:52, that's when they issued the PDS warning watch in place with that particular cell, with the huge tornado on the ground. And it looked like to me it was about 27 minutes that huge tornado was on the ground. So with the combination of that rope tornado and the PDS, that tornado looked to be, to me, on the ground close to about 40 minutes. So the National Weather Service will be doing all their due diligence this afternoon or over the next couple of days, and and put out the exact path and how wide it was and how long it was on the ground and what the wind speed was and everything like that. So, but yeah, so by 3 o'clock, you can see that we got some pretty strong thunderstorms over the St. Louis area into Springfield area. This goes all the way up into potentially Davenport and to coming out of Des Moines area. That's another area that got hit hard last night. If we stop it here, you can actually see about 5 o'clock. You can see definitely a lot more purples, right? You see, if you zoom in, that just indicates, these could be all supercells right here with these little bubblers, these little renegades here, these deepening purples, and even these shaded colors of these different colors in the Yazoo City. That could be some significant storms that are rotating at that time frame in all these areas along this boundary, right where they have that moderate risk. So, and that's basically right towards that peak heating time frame. So I think by then all the dynamics will be on the table of seeing some of those tornadoes and even some possibly long track tornadoes, as this would continue to pull up through St. Louis into Evansville, entering Indianapolis by then, heading up into Fort Wayne, going all the way up into Chicago, even Milwaukee. They've got that marginal risk for severe weather. So some of these could still be on the stronger side, even as they head up towards Milwaukee. So you could definitely see it's a pretty widespread event, as we go throughout the afternoon and we go through about 6 o'clock. I mean, this new 6 o'clock run, what we're looking at is the latest high resolution guidance from the latest model run. There's, it kind of fishtails down to the south. It back builds down south, and that's why they still have that marginal risk for severe storms that go into Houston, but there's not really much, right? So that's why they still have it in place, but not expecting to get too bad in the Houston area. You have more solid areas filling in as you get closer into Louisiana. So you can definitely see even into the 6 o'clock time frame, it's really active. There's about 8 o'clock time frame. This continues to push across. By then, you can definitely see it's not as separated. It almost tries to you start to see these cells try to come together. That's typically an indication where maybe the hail threat could be less. Maybe even the tornado threat could not subside, but even less by then. And then you can still get tornadoes in this type of scenario, but you get more of these quick spin up type tornadoes once this forms into a connected squall line, if you will. And then as we get into the 10 o'clock time frame, a fishtail's all the way coming out of Houston, goes into Louisiana, back into Jackson, back into Montgomery, heading into the Birmingham, Alabama area. Could be over Huntsville by then. Still storms in Memphis, starts trying to end in Memphis. So it looks like you probably have about a 6 hour window, 6 to 7 hour window in Memphis, where it could be a really bumpy ride in the Memphis, Tennessee area. By then, by 10 o'clock into the overnight hours, it'll head off into portions of Chattanooga, into Nashville, heading into Louisville, and back into Cincinnati here, all the way up to Columbus and back into Toledo, Ohio, with some of those stronger storms. But you can see the banding here. We got the massive blizzard up here. So you got the massive blizzard still winding itself down up into North Dakota. You've got a very deep low-level pressure in the 970s range. Very cold air back behind it, and then producing that Kamakyu swirl that extends really from Canada to the Gulf Coast. That's what we're working with. I mean, very powerful system coming across that dumped all the heavier snows in Montana yesterday, and then dumping all the heavier snows this morning in the afternoon to the Dakotas. And then once this cold front pushes through, which it has, then you got widespread fire risk with bone dry conditions out here in West Texas. So it's been a very impactful week for widespread occurrences with that massive winter storm up in the Pacific Northwest, up into the Northwest of the U.S. And then you have all those dry conditions, all the fire dangers out here in the central U.S., back into West Texas and New Mexico. And then you got all that severe weather to contend with out ahead of it in the warm sector. So it's one of those weeks that, as far as like the entire U.S. is concerned, it's a very, very impactful week for huge impacts across a wide spread of real estate across the country. And then as we get into that midnight time frame, it still has that banding, those strong storms in Baton Rouge. It's still purple, so those still basically on the stronger side. By then, going into Hattiesburg, heading into Montgomery, still over Birmingham towards the midnight time frame. But the squall line looks to separate as you get further up to the north, because I feel at some point the cold air is eventually going to win. I mean, because at some point the cold air is going to kind of intrude in this warm sector and kind of rip these storms apart. And I think that's what the beginning stages of what you're seeing down here towards maybe the 3 o'clock time frame as it heads off into places in West Virginia, possibly into Pennsylvania by then. And then once we get towards the 5 o'clock in the morning time frame, it stops it there because it only goes at 18 hours. But that just kind of gives you an indication on maybe where the storms could be, over the next 18 hours. And this runs every hour, right? So, but that's just the latest run of the high resolution guidance. Hey, just one warning in the U.S. so far. Yeah, I've got my other radar up right here. We've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but no tornado warnings currently right now. Yeah, so for tomorrow, we can just highlight tomorrow because it's close enough to tomorrow. We're 12 hours away while we're on here, while we're kind of just waiting for some storms to pop for today. So everything shifts off, right? So you saw where the storms could be about 5 o'clock in the morning, right? So as we get, again, later in the morning, as we get towards the end of the afternoon time frame, all that activity is going to be off the coast, right? So that's why they highlighted a marginal risk for storms getting into Tallahassee. So this is tomorrow. This is for Thursday, April the 14th time frame, going into Charlotte, back into Wilmington, into Greenville, back into Virginia Beach, into Richmond, and into DC areas. Once you do get up into places into Philly, into New York, back into maybe Hartford, they did highlight a slight risk for severe weather. So these could be a little bit on the stronger side by then once you get up here, but definitely not nearly the potential of what you're going to be seeing today, as these storms are going to be continue to push off the East Coast. And once we get into that Friday timeframe, everything's done. This system is well offshore, and it's Good Friday on this Friday, the Friday before Easter. And I think we're all going to be saying a sigh of relief that we got through the week, because it's going to be an incredible active week. And I probably won't be doing a video on Friday. I could probably tell you that right now, because things are going to be quiet, and I'm going to be probably wanting some time off. So, hey, Ross. Yeah. So that was the update on the afternoon. They updated to a slight risk. I know you're up there in that area. So, yeah, even up in your area, you could be seeing definitely those stronger storms into the New York City area, getting back into places into Jersey here. So, going to be an active week, and it all started on Monday, and with the snowfall that happened into the Pacific Northwest with that crazy event into Portland. And I think they even got some snow this morning too. There was another system that came through this morning. So, and it's pretty cold for April standards back behind this front, and especially, of course, where the snowpack is in Montana and North Dakota. It's going to be every bit of winter. I mean, these areas are going to be 30 below normal because of all the snow that's going to be on the ground. It's going to be hard to melt 3 feet of snow anytime soon. So that's going to be staying cold for an extended period of time. Yeah, Easter Sunday is coming up. Yeah, so that's for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow. Storms are going to be unfolding as far as the severe weather front will go. But for today, we've got all the activity happening currently. Right now, we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings in place. And so used to have those storms still in Texas. That's coming out. That's coming out of Texas here. Oh, let me switch. Sorry, let me switch to the radar here. All right. So you can see this nasty squall line continues to push off. They do have those tornado watches in place once they get towards, say, the Tyler area. So it doesn't really start until it gets into the Tyler area. So nothing's tornadic at the moment, but the tornado watches essentially start towards the Tyler area, getting into Longview. They did issue that about an hour ago, and that goes on till about 5 o'clock time frame. So right now, these storms are still dumping some fairly larger hail in its path. It's got some 1/4-inch hail, and it's got some ping pong size hail. Some of these are in the golf ball type size range back into Athens, Texas here. So that is going to be doing some damage to your vehicles as this continues to push off to the east. There is the city of Tyler. Basically, that's where the tornado watch essentially starts. So as these continue to move, and as the low level jet really starts to kind of get caught up, and all the dynamics really start to coming together, we're pushing up the heat, we're pushing up the dew points every hour that goes by. It just makes the environment a little bit more susceptible for all that severe weather criteria. And I think a lot of that's going to be coming together here shortly. Hey, I seen pics of those debarked mesquite trees from Salado tornado yesterday. Indication, yeah, that was a massive wedge, no question. I saw plenty of pictures of that massive wedge tornado. So it'll be interesting what the National Weather Service finds out of that storm. I mean, I would say just looking at that storm, that's probably an EF3 criteria, probably 150, 160, and it could be even higher than that. So. But yeah, we got a lot of people without power. We got about 45,000 people without power right now in the state of Texas. We've got another 15,000 people without power in Arkansas. And then there's another 40,000 folks without power already, and the storms really haven't even hit Louisiana. So that's always another dangerous concern with these storms. With the, it can knock out with the wind. Obviously, a tornado can knock out power, but it's a deadly combination today. If you once you lose power, so it's one of those things right now. You want to be able to charge all your electronics, if possible, if you are home. So if the power does go out, at least you got a full charge. There's another way you can still get warnings on your phone with all the severe weather pending. Hmm. Hey, how's Sunny the dog doing? Where's she at? She was just here. She ran out. Sunny's doing great. She made a special appearance last night. But if she comes back in here, I'll bring her up again, Rabbit. But no, she's doing great. We're doing puppy training right now, so we've been working with a dog trainer kind of every other week for the last couple of months. Just kind of going through what they call puppy school, and it's been definitely helping. A lot of it we have to go over. We have to, revise what we've learned so far and just keep practicing on it. But definitely a good dog, amazing dog. She's almost full grown. They say she's going to be full grown by the time she gets to 10 months. She just turned 8 months on the 6th of April. So, and then by 10 months, she should be full grown. So they say about 27 pounds, and she's about 24 pounds right now. Like the last time I weighed her. But hey, John. Yeah. So you're done. You're done in DFW. Everything's done in DFW. You had those storms this morning, but now the cool fronts already came in. So it's, you're definitely done. Yeah. You had those 2 rounds. You had those 2 rounds this morning, but all the storms have quickly pushed off to the east, and now they're in East Texas. Hey, not longer after you ended the stream last night, that squall line went nuts around Shreveport. Yeah, I bet it did. Yeah, I was getting tired. I was getting starving. I was starving. My neighbor got me Jersey Mike's, and I feel like I wasn't going to be as effective. But yeah, it looked like the storms really started to blow up last night. I was watching it too. Now that you mention it, I posted a few of those transactions on my Facebook page, but it really bowed out as that kind of that backwards shaped C there of those 75-mile-per-hour winds were really bowing out there out of that storm. In fact, one of the followers said, "Hey, is that a derecho?" And it could have been every bit of that, because I mean, you got to have at least 240 miles long, or 3 hours or longer for a derecho. And it could have met that criteria last night. It was pretty close, but either way, that was pretty nasty squall line that came through Shreveport last night. Hey, you have a great day. Oh, a blue heeler. I love those dogs. A blue heeler. That's a pretty dog. I do like weather, but I don't want bad, scary storms. Yeah, absolutely. A derecho. Derecho is basically a fancy name for a squall line. You might have heard it referenced going through Iowa. They've had several derechos in Iowa. It's basically just a massive straight line wind event, or more of a squall line that reaches 240 miles or greater. So when you have a squall line that's connected, doesn't separate, and you have a massive squall line that moves across, and if it extends further than 240 miles, and then it lasts 3 hours or longer, then it would be classified as a derecho. And then, that's the minimum criteria. Some derechos have reached up to 600 and 800 miles in distance. So they are kind of rare events. They don't happen very often, because a lot of the dynamics obviously have to come together for them to happen. There's been a lot of close calls with derechos of a lot of massive squall lines, and straight line winds, or basically do the same amount of damage. It's just the ratio is obviously more widespread because it goes over a greater area of real estate, and then the longer they're able to hold together, the more powerful they can be. So that's why that really one that stands out to me, the one that happened in 2019 in Iowa, there that it peaked out and say that close to the Des Moines area of potentially 130 to 140 mile per hour winds by the time it actually really peaked in that area. So they were very dangerous, no question. Climate Prediction Center favors below normal precipitation, but who knows? We are estimate. Yeah, I mean, we're in a La Nina, so the favored is, obviously depends on where you live. Hey, what does all three modes of severe weather mean? Yeah, these are all great questions. Yeah, basically all three modes, you got to have three modes. You got to have three criteria to warrant a severe storm. So you got to have winds of 58 miles an hour or greater. That's one criteria. The other criteria would be quarter size hail or greater, or the other criteria would be a tornado. So if you've got, and they all warrant a severe storm. So all three modes basically implies you're going to get all three of those. You're going to see a tornado, you're going to see 58 mile per hour winds or greater, and you're going to see quarter size hail or greater. That's what basically all three modes implies. And anything below that, we had a lot of questions this morning in Dallas when storms popped up, and they were this nasty squall line that came through, and it was like, it sounded like Armageddon outside, but there wasn't any warnings whatsoever. It was just very heavy rain. You had some wind gusts of 40 miles an hour, some 50 mile per hour, but there was no warning. So, hey, why wasn't there a warning? Well, it didn't meet any of those criteria. The winds were up to 50 miles an hour, so they were below 58. And then the hail at the time was all maybe what they call pocket change hail. They had penny size hail, they had dime size hail, and nickel size hail. Nothing was quarter. So that was below severe limits. And then there wasn't a tornado. So there wasn't a warning. They didn't issue a warning until one area had some quarter size hail. And that's when the National Weather Service did, in fact, issue a warning. And then, but a lot of times, and people are like, well, hey, that was late. The warning was late. Well, technically it wasn't. It's just that it just finally met the criteria to warrant a warning. Before that, it was just very heavy rain, winds of 50 miles an hour, and nickel size hail. And there was no warning in place because it never met any of those three criterias. Yeah, but these are all great questions. So these are, a lot of times when I do my videos and I tell, hey, all three modes in place. I mean, but yeah, these are all great questions. These are good to do the lives. You can get a lot more of these questions answered and have a better understanding of kind of what you're looking at, and more of the broad version of what I'm talking about versus, hey, it's all three modes. All right, so we're watching the trajectory of these storms, and then these storms today again are essentially going to be moving east northeast. This is the trajectory of these storms. So most of the storms are going to be forming out here, and then once they form, they're going to be moving east and northeast bound. So hypothetically, if you see a storm in Minden, right, and then there's a pretty good shot that these are going to be heading towards the El Dorado area, right, because it's going to be moving east northeast. You can see the movement of these blue dotted lines. These are all moving kind of east northeast. So depending on where these storms set up today, and depending on where you live, and if they're just out to the west of you, you can actually tell by the radar of the trajectory of these storms moving east northeast that if they're going to hit your area or not, right? Because that's the direction of basically all these storms are moving more or less. But yeah, so we can put the movement on these storms and watch the movement here over the last say 30 or 45 minutes. Yeah, so right now you can see the main thing out of these storms are they're together, right? So they're all fairly together. There's not really much separation. There's a squall line. There's no bowing to this. It's more what they call linear, just a linear squall line here. They're not bowing out like last night, what Shreveport had. We're not seeing any of that. So that basically gives you an indication these winds are 60 miles per hour, right? So it's basically kind of what's referred to as borderline. It's borderline severe. So it just basically meets the 60-mile per hour criteria, and it just has some quarter size hail to it. And these are all moving across, but they're all severe warned. They can cause a lot of disruption with those higher wind gusts, and then that quarter size hail. But right now, I don't think these storms are going to get terribly too out of hand because these are all kind of together. But we just finished looking at the high resolution guidance, and that's implying that these are going to kind of separate. These once they get in that tornado warn box, these are going to kind of separate as we get into the afternoon. And I think that's when they'll turn a little bit more on the severe side. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we don't have a tornado warning right now. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. So I got multiple screens up. Oh, a downburst. Then it kind of has a tail off towards early August. Yeah, so let's go back to the tornado watches. I know I got a lot of newer people watching me. All right, so here's the active tornado watches now. Okay, which they extended some of them. So down to the south here, back into East Texas. So these storms are just now entering the tornado watch picture, right? So they did activate a tornado watch. All these go on until 5 o'clock. So all these areas in yellow here are under that tornado watch through that 5 o'clock time frame into East Texas, into the Shreveport, back into portions of Ruston here, into Camden. This heads up to Texarkana, into Hope, all the way through Pine Bluff, into Hot Springs, Little Rock, Conway, into Russellville, Batesville, extending all the way further north into Jonesboro here. But this is the newer watch they just issued for tornadoes for until 9 o'clock. So we looked at Memphis. Maybe starting around 3 o'clock time frame or so. We talked about 6 hours worth of maybe pretty intense storms. So this particular watch, we'll just highlight this area here. So it does include eastern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, parts of Missouri, as well as western Tennessee. Primary threats within this watch are going to be several tornadoes that are likely, a couple intense tornadoes, widespread damage, isolated wind gusts of 75 miles an hour, very large hail potential, 2 inches or greater. Basically expecting a broken line of storms because right now it's more congealed, right? It's all together. The HRRR had it more broken, all right? With it being more broken, they can turn a little bit more severe that way. So a broken line of storms in Arkansas will continue to spread eastbound toward northern Mississippi, western Tennessee through the afternoon, with isolated supercell development possible ahead and ongoing into the Arkansas storm. So a mix of cluster of storm segments. Supercell thunderstorms support all modes of severe weather, including the potential for a couple of strong tornadoes. Strong means EF2 or greater. So when they say just tornadoes, you're talking it's more likely EF0 or EF1 tornado. If they indicate strong, that's EF2 or greater. If they indicate intense tornadoes, that indicates possibly EF3 or greater. So that's typically the criteria of what they look about at what these different words mean. Tornado, EF1, EF0, EF1, strong, EF2, intense could be potentially EF3 type tornado, or often referred to as violent tornado. Tornado watch line goes all the way extending through Tupelo and into Corinth here, into Jackson, all the way up into Paris. So this is an extension of the tornado watch. All these expire about 5 o'clock, and this is the brand new one that goes on until that 9 o'clock time frame. Will there ever be an end? I know it's almost seemed like it's like every day we're talking about severe weather, right? Like it's almost like every day. It's Friday is the day. I mean, we showed you tomorrow. We have some severe weather, but there's not. Well, I say that there is some marginal storms in Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma and maybe far northeast Texas on Friday. But other than that, right now, there's not much. There's not much severe storms. Yeah, we got some cooler air filtering back in after this moves out through on Friday. So usually cold air kind of wipes out the severe threat. You really have to kind of warm up. I mean, notice most of the country did warm up this week, right? You're pretty warm. A lot of places were well above average. And then you had that trough that came in out west, which we've been seeing numerous times so far this spring storm season. And then once it hits that warm sector, then that's when all the severe weather broke out. But there's a lot of colder air trailing behind this system. So that should impede the severe storms for at least a good bit after this moves out on Friday. Hey, when can we peek at the chat and try to answer many as we can? Hey, it has a bit of a notch on it, but not severe yet. Oh, the one by Nacogdoches? All right, so let's look at this. Let me switch radars here. And let me take the watches off, because a lot of times it's too many colors. It gets distorted. All right, so let's pull up this other radar. All right, so let's look at these storms here. All right, so these are the storms in Texas here. Yeah, just kind of a squall line, really. Yeah, you always want to see these kind of the leading edge of the squall line, see if it has some sort of notch on it as these continue to move across into Tyler area. So we're watching these storms. It's got some continued quarter-size hail dropping out of the sky with these storms as they continue to push off to the east northeast here. So if we do go further north into the Mount Pleasant area, all right, so that was another severe thunderstorm that was located extending from Wilkinson or to near Como, moving eastbound about 40 miles an hour. This is for that Franklin County, Wood County, Morrison, Titus, and Camp County in northeastern Texas here. Could have some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds extending all the way through that 2:15 time frame. So for the next 15 minutes or so. That one it's trying to have a little notch on the south side, but not really kind of formulating. You can see a little bit of rotation trying to develop just north of Pittsburgh here into East Texas along Highway 49 as this continues to push across east northeast. Hey, Indy just got downgraded to a slight risk for severe weather. Oh, yes, they were under that enhanced risk earlier. You're right. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that earlier. Hey, not in Texas. The discrete storm I'm talking about that has the notches on the Louisiana and Texas border. Oh, okay, in Louisiana. Gonna switch. Let's put the movement on these. Hey, when do you think we're going to go see the storms in South Central Arkansas? Yeah, it's all heading your way. I mean, it's pretty much right here. Things are, and I thought they were going to be a little bit more active than what they were right now, but we're just kind of waiting and see, watching these things unfold as we speak. Yeah, so we're watching all these storms that come out of East Texas, head into Shreveport here, heading into the Texarkana area. There's essentially a kind of a separation. You have a beginning squall line that's out ahead of the main sector, and then you have this one that's out ahead of that cool front that already went through Dallas. And so these storms are just now entering where all the tornado watches are in place right now. So all the activity is now all the stuff that you're looking up on radar here is all under a tornado watch currently at the moment. So we're seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings, but nothing to warrant a tornado warning currently at the moment. Yeah, so let's go over the week so far. It looks like, of course, these are all preliminary. The one on Monday, we had all that activity in Arkansas. So I'm looking at some of the reports from the Storm Prediction Center. It appears that we had 9 tornado reports. Now, tornado reports doesn't imply all 9 of those were actual confirmed tornadoes. That just means some of these could be, these are all just reported tornadoes. So the National Weather Service is out doing their preliminary surveys. But right now we've got 9 tornado reports on Monday. We had up to 69 hail reports, and then 19 of those were on the larger size of hail, and then 87 total reports altogether, which includes another 9 wind reports. But yesterday was a lot more active. We had up to 8 tornado reports so far that was indicated here, mainly in portions of Texas, where they had all those storms last night into central Texas. And then we had another batch under that moderate risk were up here in Iowa. So combined right now, there's 8 tornado reports so far. And there was 75 wind reports and about 130. Yeah, 130 hail reports, but 10 of those were on the very large side. And like I mentioned, there was that big, huge, massive stone into Salado, Texas, that was 5.5 inches hailstone. But yeah, just looking at some of those reports, yeah, numerous golf ball. We've got tennis ball here. There's that 5.5 inches golf ball size hail. Several reports of 3-inch hail near Bell into Belton, Bell, Texas, Bell County. That's where Salado was. Hen size egg hail with about 2.25 inches. I'm just looking at other areas. South Dakota also actually picked up some pretty significant hail too. Iowa. Yeah, so some numerous reports of very large hail, and that was yesterday. And then, of course, then we're working on today so far. Just a couple of wind reports and some hail reports so far, but nothing on the tornado side. All right, so yeah, so as these storms move across, these ones that are in yellow here, or these orange shaded ones, those are your severe thunderstorm warnings. The ones that are in the blue here, that's basically a special weather statement. So the National Weather Service issues those when the criteria is less than what warrants a severe storm. So as you can see, the wind gusts are about 50 miles an hour, and then some nickel-sized hail with this activity as it's moving across the Gilmore area and into Texas. Hey, I sure wish the snow and ice would come back. I don't like these tornadoes. Hey, well, we're in April now. I'm surprised it's still snowing as it is for mid-April. But yeah, it's just one of those things that this time of year. Of course, northern areas will still see snow for probably a couple more weeks potentially. But obviously, if we get into May, it's a lot less likely. And it's just one of those seasons, one of those severe storm seasons. As far as the tornado front, we've been fairly light the last couple of years for tornadoes, as far as like the amount of tornadoes. This year we're above average. And then it is forecasted to be a very active year for spring storms. I know March ended up being a record month for the month of March. I think there was, if I recall, there was 219 confirmed tornadoes in the month of March. I think the old record was about 191 for March. You know, April's way up there. It's going to be hard to beat April. April of 2011 is like 700 and something, 734 or something like that. So that's one record you probably don't want to beat. Tick tock, tick tock. Yeah, so I mean, later on this afternoon, we were looking at the high resolution guidance. You know, potentially later on this afternoon, up there. Yeah, so here's the expanded view of the radar. I mean, you got rain, you're up in Indianapolis, but nothing on the severe side. So this rain heads all the way up into Davenport, into Peoria, Springfield, back into St. Louis with some stronger storms. This extends all the way back down to Jonesboro, and to Pine Bluff, and to Little Rock. All right, so Jackson, Mississippi, the National Weather Service sent out a special weather balloon, you know, to find out what's going on. I mean, there's a lot of people kind of waiting and seeing, just like we are, of these storms. I mean, it's 2:15 already. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that weather to go. That looks like the Storm Prediction Center has issued a they said watch highly unlikely. Yeah, so they highlighted an area in Indianapolis at Illinois here. They highlighted an area, but then they retracted it, saying, "Hey, there's only about a 20% probability of issuing a watch, and that's not enough to warrant a watch." So they deemed it as highly unlikely. That was from this activity up through Springfield and up by Peoria. They basically highlighted the Chicago area up here that a severe storm, a storm watch, was not warranted because it was only 20% was deemed highly unlikely. But yes, I'm definitely surprised that there's no tornado warnings happening right now with everything in place. All right, so Paducah, Kentucky, we're still waiting for storms to organize and strengthen. Best chances for severe storms will be across far southeastern Missouri into western Kentucky later on this afternoon. Chances further north are now more uncertain. Yeah, I'm just reading some of these National Weather Service, what they're thinking. This morning started out much cloudier than anticipated, which didn't allow energy to build up to fill these thunderstorms. Storms formed quickly this morning using all of the energy that has developed. This left no fuel for severe thunderstorms later today, and that's in St. Louis. So these are the storms that are moving across St. Louis this morning. I'm just reading from the National Weather Service. That they had some morning activity. They had some cloud cover that just basically wasn't anticipated, or maybe not as much cloud cover as anticipated, which a lot of times can kind of zap the fuel that's needed for these stronger storms to develop, or the energy that's needed. So once these storms have hit that energy, the energy has been squashed, and so there's no more fuel to fuel these thunderstorms. So you're still getting what they call elevated storms, maybe on top, but these aren't severe, right? And so a lot of times with severe weather, it takes a lot of dynamics to really come together, and sometimes you can get these events, cloud cover, rain in the morning times, and then by the time it gets there, it kind of zapped out the energy in the atmosphere. And so that we're probably seeing a little bit of that, what's happening right now. It's just maybe trying to find ways to why things aren't as active as they are. Some of the dynamics aren't really coming together as maybe previously thought or previously forecasted from this particular setup. So it's nothing to say, hey, it's going to call it off just yet. It's a bust, but we're waiting for things to maybe come together. So things could still, it's 2:00 in the afternoon, so it's 2:15. So. But yes, a lot of people, National Weather Service, storm chasers, a lot of people expected more activity by now than what we're seeing. And these are all good things, right? I mean, it's not like you want this stuff, right? I mean, so these are all good things. Obviously, if we, no one wants strong tornadoes, So if we dodge this bullet, we'd be really highly grateful for it. All right, so let's go back down to Tyler here. So looking at this severe thunderstorm, this was another one that was coming out of heading towards the Athens area, moving about 15 miles east of the Athens area, moving east at 45 miles an hour. This was put out by the Shreveport Severe Weather Service. Again, just kind of looking at this activity, it's a linear activity. It's more of a squall line. These are mainly typically a wind threat. You got some quarter-size hail on the leading edge of these. That what warrants the severe storm. But we're not seeing any notches. We're not seeing any separations in these storms. So they're just kind of there, right? They're just severe. There's no bowing out here. There's no bow segments of these storms. So there have been 346 confirmed tornadoes across the country so far in 2022, with March seeing the most tornadoes in a single month in the U.S. history. Hey, Lynn. Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, I think the 219 in March. So that basically means we've had another 120 something storms in April so far, and we're about halfway over. But we're entering peak time. I mean, this is, once you get to mid-April, to, I would basically, for the next 6 weeks, I mean, that's like peak time. I mean, mid-April all the way through May. I mean, May's one of your busiest months through about the 1st of June. I mean, technically you can go through like the middle of June, but the peak months, the peak times are really the next 6 weeks. And then, of course, December was crazy. December was a crazy month. That was record month. A lot of it because we had record heat. Much of the country was well above average for a good swath of maybe 80 to 90% of the country was above average. It was a crazy, crazy month. And with all that heat, late in the season like that, that's why we had all that severe storms into in the December timeframe. add to the last year totals, which was fairly light technically, for the year standards. And of course, this year we started out pretty strong, and it's been, like you said, 346 coming in. All right, so we're down to, wow. I'm just looking at this whole thing. I mean, we're only down to, I mean, we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings happening right now. 2. And obviously no tornado warnings. I mean, we've had 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Wow. Things are really quiet for sure. I mean, I was I was fully expecting to be like 10 tornado warnings all at the same time, and to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings at the same time. I mean, I was expecting a really crazy afternoon, and so far, we're not seeing anything near anything like that. Yeah. I mean, obviously, sure. I mean, you have an EF4, EF5 type tornado. I mean, one storm. I mean, it only takes one storm because a supercell. You get one of those supercells, long track tornado that does significant damage. So yes, I don't want to downgrade what's happening, but yes, very thankful every minute that goes by that nothing is transpiring here. All right, so a bit concerning in Mississippi. Clear skies ahead of a front. Storms with a slight easterly component to the surface winds. No, I'm not depressed. No, I'm grateful that there's no tornadoes. I mean, I don't want to sound like that for sure, but I'm just saying I'm surprised. That's all. I mean, with all that, with what's forecasted, with the dynamics that we're working with in the atmosphere. So no, this is all. I'm just trying to figure out why nothing's happening right now. Right? The data says it's happening, but the outcome's not the same. So subtle influences in the storms, cloudier skies, rain shield out ahead of the main system, stuff like that suppresses activity. Hey, I'm feeling 80% sure that this is going to start soon. Just a little bit later than I previously thought, but what's coming to everyone to just be patient. Yeah, so I mean, we're doing live coverage here, so I mean, yeah, I don't want to, end the stream and then everything breaks out too. So I'm at that too as well. Hey, Salado, Texas yesterday was really bad. Hey, weather. Yeah, absolutely. I saw the pictures. They had that 5.5-inch hailstone in Salado. They had that massive tornado, that PDS warning. I'm not leaving. No, I'm having fun with you guys. And these are times where we can kind of lay back and we can ask questions. You can get a little bit more education on the weather and stuff like that. So. Yeah, but I'll be curious to see what the National Weather Service comes up with that Salado storm. But there's a lot of damage. I was just picking at some of these pictures this morning, and there was homes that were completely destroyed. A lot of lives devastated yesterday in that city there. All right, so let's highlight. All right, so let's highlight the the tornado watches again. So we do have tornado watches in place. So all the area that you see on radar right now, this is all over the areas that are under a tornado watch currently. That the atmosphere is capable. I mean, this is prime environment right now. This is the atmosphere is capable of producing a few tornadoes, or likely with a couple of intense tornadoes, with widespread damage of isolated significant gust of up to 75 miles an hour, and scattered large hail, very large hail, up to 2.5 inches in diameter, are likely. This goes on until 5 o'clock. So this watch has been on for a couple hours now, and it goes on till 5 o'clock, which is another 2.5 more hours. And yes, we haven't seen any tornado warnings or any larger hail, basically larger than even quarters, from these areas, right? So, but the dynamics, were on the table to warrant a pretty significant tornado watch, to include that wording, and then it extends all the way up into Little Rock. Again, all the activity is highlighted over that tornado watch over the Little Rock area, and this time frame again is 5 o'clock, and all the same dynamics are in play into portions of Arkansas as well. And the same criteria as you go up into Jonesboro and further points north. And then we do have the brand new tornado watch a little bit further off into the east that goes until 9 o'clock now. That includes more or less into the Memphis, Tennessee area, and all those areas out further east. That includes all the same criteria that's under points to the east here. So that's what the atmosphere says. That's what's capable. The environment out before this event started that could be capable today. So, but the reality is, so far we have not seen anything like that whatsoever, which is all good news. So all this has been just on the borderline lighter severe side, and not tornadic, and then produce some quarter size hail and barely some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust here. And then, yes, so it'll be interesting to find out, because it looks like the Storm Prediction Center will be updating um, towards the afternoon update. So they usually do an update when it's the day of. They do update the day of several times. So they typically update 8 o'clock in the morning. They update again about 11:30 time frame Central Time. I'm in Central Time myself, Central Daylight Time, and then they'll be updating again right around the 3 o'clock time frame. So that's about another 30 minutes or so. So yes, it'll be interesting to see the newer guidance on how they handle this in the next 30 minutes. All right, so let's go further to the north. This is one storm that has a little bit higher winds associated with it. This is put out by the Memphis, Tennessee National Weather Service. This is for north central Mississippi County and eastern Arkansas, southern Missouri, southeastern Missouri, western Tennessee. These areas at 2:22, there was a severe thunderstorm that was located over Hornerville, or 7 miles north of Gosnell, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So this storm has some higher winds associated with it, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, and some quarter-size hail with this storm that's continued to move across to the northeast. So this little boundary that's coming in. Some of the darker colors here has kind of bumped up these winds to possibly at that 70 mile per hour criteria. This is the most significant winds we've seen so far, today, since we've been tracking these storms. And this goes into portions of Tennessee here. This is all lifting off into the northeast. We're just kind of highlighting these sails over north of Jonesboro here. We can actually see some of these darkening red colors. That's definitely an indication maybe this storm is trying to intensify a little bit as this continues to push across, to the east northeast here. Yeah, I would imagine most storm chasers are in Memphis, right? Yeah, Vince is in Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, looking at that earlier, they were under a moderate risk. They had the most prime area for tornadoes, but it's also an area that has a lot of freeway, a lot of exits in and outs, a lot of movements. A lot of times with the storm chase, you got to have an escape plan as well. So you got to be putting yourself in position if something does fall. You got to be able to have roads to maybe get out of harm's way as well. So Memphis was definitely one of those areas that had a lot of in and outs, if you will. And so I think a lot of chasers were setting up there this afternoon. But yes, there has been a lot of rain with this system. Some areas have picked up 1 to 2 inches of rain that has already fallen over the last couple of hours. There are several flash flood warnings in place with these movement of storms, and they are expecting another 1 to 2 inches from this system as it moves across. Until now, in about 7 o'clock time frame. Yeah, but currently we have that there's several severe thunderstorm warnings. There's one in East Texas that includes Smith, Cherokee, Gregg, and Rusk. That goes for another 12 minutes. That'll expire about 2 o'clock or about 1:45. It has some 60 mile per hour winds and some quarter size hail. There's also another severe thunderstorm that goes until about 2 o'clock time frame for portions of Arkansas here and to southwestern Arkansas. And then we have that other storm that we highlighted that has some 70 mile per hour winds and some quarter size hail with it. That'll go on that they just got issued, and that goes in for another 30 minutes or so. Hey, what is a wind advisory? Typically, you have to have at least 40 mile per hour winds to warrant a wind advisory. And then the high wind warnings are more likely into the 50 to 55 range. Yeah, the wind advisories are just basically implying that the winds could gust up to 40 miles an hour, at the minimum, and then up higher from there. Oh, did it update, Ross? Well, I mean, it'd be interesting what they say at 2:30. I mean, they would almost have to get rid of the moderate risk if this continues, because, I mean, we're not halfway through the event, but we're a good chunk of it in. I mean, some of these tornado watches expire in 2 hours. Yeah, so they're on schedule to update about 3 o'clock. So that's another 25 minutes or so. All right, so St. Louis. I'm just reading some comments from the National Weather Service in St. Louis. It's frustrating for us when our forecasts don't pan out. We take tornadoes, severe thunderstorm forecasts very seriously. When this happens, we take a critical look at what all went wrong. Many parts of this event favored severe weather, but a few critical details didn't develop, and that's from the National Weather Service out of St. Louis, and that was about an hour ago. And we're looking at St. Louis, and yeah, so that it just didn't. Yeah, so again, this is from the National Weather Service. I mean, that they take these things very seriously. They don't issue, moderate risk, guys. That's rare. These are the Storm Prediction Center. These are the best of the best. You got the best people that handles these events. You got the National Weather Service all saying, hey, dynamics are there, high potential. So, hey, trust me. I mean, a lot of people are scratching their heads right now saying, hey, what's happening? What went wrong? How can we get better? Right. And so they take these storms very seriously because they don't want to cause undue stress or storm anxiety or panic if just because, right? I mean, so they take these things very seriously when risk were out there like this, and especially when not much pans out. So trust me, everybody will be looking at this with the fine tooth comb and really dissecting exactly what happened and what subtle points happened. So at least right now, at the moment. So we're just kind of waiting. We're just kind of watching. So, like I said, well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the update from the Storm Prediction Center with the newest update. All right, so let me take this off. We can look at some of the new model runs too, because all right, so this is 2 o'clock. All right, let me run this through, make sure it goes. All right, so this is we're looking at the latest HRRR guidance from the latest run on where these storms could be towards maybe the 3 o'clock time frame in another 20 minutes or so. So it's kind of indicating there's storms going to be pushing out into Monroe. We don't really see any deepening purples, right? We don't see. I mean, we see a little bit of purples. We see some purples into Jacksonville, into Longview. These are just kind of indications. These could be maybe stronger supercells. Whenever you see these little blue shaded areas, that's definitely an indication of some very large hail. Maybe these could be rotating, by then. We see some separation. This is the latest high resolution guidance from the model run. And then you have that activity over St. Louis, but not severe, not on the severe side. So as this continues to push through, It looks to be, this is by 4 o'clock time frame, could be potentially to heading towards the Shreveport area, into the Alexandria area, into Jackson. We do see a lot more purples, right? We see some little renegades, what they call renegades. If you really zoom in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these could be all numerous discrete supercell thunderstorms. At least this is what the high resolution guidance is implying. Up here into just east of the Little Rock area, heading towards into Pine Bluff and up to Jonesboro. If you go further north, you're not seeing that, right? You're not seeing coming out of St. Louis. You're seeing some darkening reds, but nothing to indicate that, hey, these could be maybe on the stronger severe side, and then heading up to Chicago. So this is about 4 o'clock time frame. So let's continue to expand, going into about 6 o'clock. It pulls away from Tyler. It pulls away from Shreveport. Now it's heading back into portions of Louisiana, into Alexandria. We see some more darkening purples here, these separated supercells trying to be more discrete through maybe the Tupelo area back into Memphis. So it still has pretty significant risk here into these deepening purples here into the Memphis, Tennessee area. Remember, this is supposed to be the bullseye, more or less what they call the bullseye area, the most favored probability of storms later on this afternoon. There's into Union City. And then as we swing further up to the north, we're not seeing those purples, right? We're not seeing those more, but just a kind of a squall line, or just more of a stronger storms criteria back into Indianapolis. So let's expand the view and go to maybe 8 o'clock time frame. So let's look at 8 o'clock time frame. And as we continue to see this squall line moving out of Little Rock, Arkansas, moving out of Monroe, heading into Alexandria, potentially moving out of there fairly soon after that. Going into Meridian, heading into Tuscaloosa, will be, just to the west of Birmingham here, into Florence, into Nashville, Bowling Green to Kentucky here, into Louisville, all the way up to Indianapolis. Maybe some bow segments, but fairly linear storms. And then we continue to push across to about the 10 o'clock time frame. This all is linear, right? I mean, it kind of congeals together. This is not discrete any longer. This is all kind of a solid wave, but at the same time, it's not like a bowing out either. We're not seeing any like maybe backward C kind of shape systems. We're just these are all a lot more just linear in nature, right? So let's push this through. By 1 o'clock in the morning, we do see a little bit stronger storms trying to kind of bow out a little bit. We're seeing maybe some darkening purples here back into New Orleans, maybe the 1 o'clock time frame. Again, you get further to the south, you got a little bit higher dew points to work with. So these storms could be potentially on the stronger side. Okay, we do have a tornado warning. So let's finish this. Looks like we have our first tornado warning of the day that just got issued. So let's take this off. All right, so it looks like we've got our first tornado warning. We got our first tornado warning of the day. It is a radar indicated tornado issued by the Memphis, Tennessee National Weather Service at 2:42. There was a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado that was located near the Manette area, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So that basically says, hey, it's full throttle into that low level jet, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be the Kennett, the Steele, Leachville, back into Monet, all the way through Nolan. So these areas will be under the gun to seeing this tornadic supercell. So let's take a look at some of the velocities on this particular system. as this is just now kind of developing. All right, so what we're looking at here is this kind of leading edge, this little notch. Yeah, coming up right here where it kind of notches out there. That's along the leading edge of this little squall line. So that's why they issued the tornado warning currently right now for these areas. This is our first tornado warning of the day that just got issued. Let me switch. Yeah, so at 2:42, there was a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado that was located over Monette, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So radar indicated rotation right here, this little notch right here. This is what warranted the tornado warning right now as we speak, as this is racing across at 65 miles an hour. So this does appear to be possibly on the ground. This is could be, it looks like to possibly be unconfirmed tornado right here with this little notch that has developed near the Leachville area. So these areas need to be in your safe zone if you live in the Greene County, Eastern Arkansas, Craighead County, Mississippi County, Pemscott, as well as Duncanville, Dunklin County, and southeastern Missouri. All those areas need to be in your safe zone of this developing radar indicated tornado that's racing across northeast at 65 miles an hour. Yeah, so this, as we just probably put the movement on here, so we can just watch this little notch here. This is why they warned the tornado warning here along this leading edge of this boundary. So this is kind of a notch segment, so we can look at maybe some of the correlation coefficients. I mean, it's this area right here near Miller, near north of Macy here. Looks like there's beginning stages that it's rotating there within that little notch. So this is a tornado warning that goes on until 26 more minutes, until about 3:15 area. So this is in Arkansas and Missouri for Craighead, Dunklin, Greene, Mississippi, and Pemscott. These areas are under that tornado warning right now until 3:15. So we'll push out and get everybody's bearings. This is Jonesboro. There's Kennett, and then there's a Poplar Bluff here. This is south into just east of Jonesboro here. You can see these darkening reds. These darkening reds are indicating this storm is trying to intensify as this continues to push off, and get these little notch segments within this band. And this is what's warning the tornado warning as we speak with this little inflow here. Yeah, so at 2:48. All right, so this storm continues to move at about 65 miles an hour as this is racing across here. All right, so it looks like they issued another tornado watch. This includes points eastward into northern Louisiana, includes parts of Arkansas, northern Louisiana, Mississippi, as well as extreme East Texas. It goes on until 10 o'clock. So these are Yazoo City, these are Monroe, these are Meridian, and to Hattiesburg. All those areas are under that tornado watch until about 10 o'clock time frame. It appears this has been confirmed now. This has been a confirmed tornado at 2:48. A severe thunderstorm was producing a tornado that was located near Cardwell or near Leachville, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So this is a brand new observed tornado at 2:48, producing tornado moving at 65 miles an hour. If you live in the northeastern Craighead, northwestern Mississippi, southwestern Penobscot, and southeastern Dunklin counties, you need to be in your safe zone with this confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. And it's moving very quickly. Yeah, so this was the area of concern near Cardwell. This is the confirmed tornado near Cardwell right now, and it's moving northeast. So it's basically implying moving right along County Road 412 here, heading towards into Senate, and then eventually it looks to be towards the Kennett timeframe, towards the end of that tornado warning along about 3:10, 3:15 time frames. But this is the confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now in the city of Cardwell, moving at 65 miles an hour with that little notch here by Cardwell. This is moving right along County Road 412 here and heading towards the city of Seneth and Kennett. So these areas need to take shelter immediately with this touchdown tornado as we speak, racing 65 miles an hour. And I can zoom out too, so then you can get a better feel of where I'm talking about. So this band came out of Jonesboro, and once it hit, it had this little notch. It formed this little notch here on the north side near Cardwell, and then it dropped a tornado, and it's on the ground now as we speak. And so then to the north here, we have yet another, or down further south. Sorry, further south. Yes, we have another tornado warning. So this is another tornado warning. Just got issued at 2:51. Severe thunderstorm producing a tornado that was located near Lepanto, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. This is for southeastern Craighead County, Poncet County, as well as west central Mississippi County and eastern Arkansas. This is another tornado warning just south of this observed tornado here within this sector, right along the same area, right? So you had this little bowing out, this little notch segment on the north side, and you're seeing that exact same thing further south, right? You're seeing that exact same thing happening just to the south of there, where it's kind of trying to form a little notch as it pushes off to the northeast. So this is what they warned the tornado warning that's unfolding right now. So these are the first two tornado warnings of the day. We have our first confirmed observed tornado that's on the ground right now in the city of Cardwell, moving northeast, heading towards Senate as we speak along County Road 412. And this will continue into Kennett towards the 310, 315 timeframe. Yeah, 65 miles an hour. It's very quickly. Which makes it even more dangerous because you think you have time, but you don't, moving something at 65 miles an hour. So all these areas within the tornado warning needs to be in their safe zone immediately with this dangerous tornado that's on the ground, continuing to lift to the northeast at 65 miles an hour, heading right along County Road 412 here, heading towards the city of Kennett, towards the 310, 315 timeframe. All right, so we're highlighting these two areas right now into Arkansas here with this confirmed tornado that's on the ground currently. And there's another warning just to the south of there that has kind of the same dynamics with this little notch that's unfolding right now. Yeah, so there's your there's some debris flying within the storm right along the highway, County Road 412 here, heading basically just kind of due northeast here, really training right along this highway as this continues to move across. Yeah, so there it is. There's the city of Kennett, about 307. So in the next 10 minutes, this confirmed tornado is on the ground, and it looks to be continued on the ground as this continues to race across to the northeast. All right, so we're watching these two supercells that we've been doing storm coverage for 2 hours now, and since 1 o'clock. And these are the first two tornado warnings that we've seen so far this afternoon from this activity. And so yes, let me put back the velocity view on, and yes, we're still seeing some rotation within this cell. That still warrants the tornado warning that's coming out of County Road 412 here into the Arkansas area as this continues to race 65 miles an hour. All right. All right. So we got those. We have those tornado warnings happening right now. Let's switch gears. And there's also a just to the south of there, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So at 2:54, there was a severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from the Rector area near Carway to 6 miles southwest of the Trionza area, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour, guys. So there's 70 miles an hour. So you got a tornado moving at 65 miles an hour. This one's moving 70, basically right in that same area. So this is right in the low level jet as we speak, as these are developing and then rapidly lifting off into the northeast with this severe threat with some so 70-mile-per-hour winds and moving 70 miles an hour at the same time. All right, so it looks like it's 3 o'clock now. All right, so we still have that observed tornado. I'm trying to look at some of the storm chasers that's maybe out there trying to get a visual on the storm. So moving northeast at 75 miles an hour now, so it's picked up speed. Yeah, this is incredible that this storm is moving so fast. So it dropped that storm at 2:52, so about 10 minutes now. So yeah, literally in 10 minutes, it was over the city of Cardwell. It was over the city of Cardwell 10 minutes ago, and now you can see it continue to lift off into the northeast here. All right, so I'm getting the first glance at the updated Storm Prediction Center update, and looks like they kept every bit of the moderate risk in place. So I'll let that cycle through, and maybe kind of see if I can break down these criterias. But at first glance, they kept every bit, and if even they maybe even expanded some areas into the moderate risk. Hey, Davenport, it's also cooled off from 68 degrees this morning to 47 where I live in Davenport. Severe thunderstorm was located over. All right, so we're watching storm coverage. This is we still have that confirmed tornado that's on the ground that goes on for another 15 more minutes or so from this system, going right across County Road 412 here into Arkansas. And then we have that other tornado warning that's unfolding as we speak. That goes on for another 11 more minutes. This is just a radar indicated tornado, not confirmed, but it does have a fairly significant kind of a notch here along the leading edge that has warranted this tornado warning. And this one's not moving as fast. It's moving about 45 miles an hour. All right. All right, so let's branch out because I mean, here's the city of Memphis. This is where the bullseye was supposed to be today. So if these storms are basically right there. They're almost approaching the Memphis, Tennessee area. So, and then we're starting to see these tornado warnings starting to pop up. All right, so here's the update from the National Weather Service, or the Storm Prediction Center. They pretty much kept the moderate risk in place. They have a hatched risk in place. They still have the 15% hatched risk in place for a lot of the same areas that they had in the afternoon update. The summary. So along with a couple of loosely organized bands of strong to severe storms ongoing from southeastern Missouri to East Texas, development of an anticipated or more isolated storms ahead of the line appears to be occurring now over the northern parts of Louisiana vicinity. These storms should continue developing, indeed occur, would likely be accompanied by more substantial tornado potential over the next few hours. Otherwise, risk for several potentially strong tornadoes, along with strong to damaging winds and large hail, remained likely through the afternoon and evening hours into the overnight, mainly across the central Gulf Coast area. So that is the latest update, 3 o'clock update from the Storm Prediction Center from these storms. So we had a lot of calmer skies for the last 2 hours, but it does appear these things are now, getting going. And the latest update has that moderate risk over a lot of the same areas that they had at the noon update. All right, so let's zoom back into this tornado warning here, because we still have a tornado on the ground here, up here into Kennett. And this might subside here. It doesn't look like it's probably not rotating anymore. Yeah, it looks like it's radar indicated. So the tornado has subsided here. It's really shut itself off here into where they had a tornado earlier. But this still goes on for another 7 more minutes or so until the warning expires, until 3:15. So if you're in the area, still remain in your safe zone until the warning is let to expire, as this whole area, it appears to be getting more favorable, getting its more act together, and turning more tornadic as we're getting deeper into the afternoon hours now. All right. All right, so further to the south, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Further to the south of that storm, racing at 70 miles an hour. So these storms are really picking up speed as they continue to move across to the northeast now. Hey, Catherine, glad I found your channel. I've managed to get my animal situation ahead of time without scrambling, and my kids and all set. Awesome. Glad you found me, Catherine. Appreciate you following. I'm happy to help. They say low-level jets now starting to get active now. Yeah, it appears. It definitely appears. I mean, based on the speed that these things are moving. And look, I mean, it looks like we have another extension of the tornado warning that just got extended. So this is for at 3:07. This is a severe thunderstorm that was producing a tornado earlier, located near Steele, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is for Penobscot County, and then in southeastern Missouri, east central Duckland County and southeastern Missouri, as well as Dyer County and western Tennessee, and then Lake County in western Tennessee as well. So this is another radar indicated tornado with this low level jet really starting to get its act together as these continue to race across to the northeast at a pretty good clip. Yeah, so and it's all along that leading edge here. So this is what the area that came out of the tornado warning. So this is basically just the extension where they had a tornado earlier. So they went ahead and because of the fast movement, and you're probably going to see this a lot tonight, is again another area they just issued the tornado warning further off. So this is an extension from the tornado warning from the southwest. So at 3:08, there was another tornado warning issued that was located near Keesner, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is another tornado warning that does encompass northern Mississippi County and eastern Arkansas, southwestern Dyer County and western Tennessee, as well as central Lawndale County and western Tennessee as well. These areas need to be in your safe zone of this radar indicated tornado racing, moving at 55 miles an hour with this system as we're kind of just watching these storms. We zoom in. So this is the area right here that we're concerned about of this area about down here by Keesner that is rotating. That's continued to push off northeast about 55 miles an hour here. All right, so we're now starting to see the beginning stages of this active day starting to unfold as we speak, with now four active tornado warnings right now that's coming out of, and then we have another one. We have another tornado warning to the north. So okay, so it's definitely getting more active. At 3:08, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located over Clarkston or near Campbell, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So you see the history of these storms. They're moving very quick, 60, 65, 70, 75 miles an hour all to the northeast, Parma and Risco around 3:20 time frame. So if you live in those areas, you need to be in your safe zone immediately with this rapidly developing low-level jet is continuing to intensify now. And as soon as these warnings are issued, you need to be in your safe zone because these storms are moving at 65, 70 miles, 75 miles an hour, a lot faster than a normal thunderstorm typically moves. So you have less time to get in your safe zone because it's going to be on your doorstep before you know it. Hey, I'm concerned about the central and northern Mississippi later this afternoon. It's starting to appear evident that there's going to be the zone for violent tornadoes possible. Yeah, they were highlighting earlier that a lot of Mississippi had a lot of holes in the atmosphere, a lot of sun out, clearer skies, likely destabilizing the atmosphere. All right, so we got currently 3 active tornado warnings right now as we speak, as these continue to race across to the northeast at 65, 70, 75 miles an hour. So things are starting to get definitely more active here as we get deeper into that afternoon time frame. This is 3:15. The update from the Storm Prediction Center did in fact go ahead and keep the moderate risk in place, and they do have strong wording of those strong tornadoes possible later on this afternoon. So that's it appears on the surface nothing has really changed. It might have been just delayed, but the significant risk are all still there and still on the table for a good chunk of the especially the moderate risk areas that were under that highlighted strong risk for very strong tornadoes. All right, so let's zoom into a couple of these. Yeah, here's that system into Corinth or into Kennett earlier. So that was the band that was training along County Road 412. Now this has continued to race across into Carutheville area, which warranted that brand new tornado warning racing across through Interstate 55 here. And it still has that circulation with it as well, as it shifted a little bit. So this is all heading towards the Temptville area around 3:37. It should be in Temptonville around 3:37 p.m. this afternoon. Mm. All right, so things are starting to get active. All right, so let me put the movement on these storms. All right, so this is just north of the Memphis area where a lot of the activity is unfolding right now. Mm. All right, so right along this leading squall line here is all producing some 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with it. So this cell is getting wrapped up in the low-level jet now, and it's really starting to intensify these storms as it moves into that favored environment right now. I can switch radars and kind of give you a bigger picture of what else is happening. So we're looking at further south because I had some questions. What's happening in Louisiana currently right now? So we're seeing some activity. The activities moving moving out of East Texas. They do have some, that tornado watch still in place for these areas down here for another an hour and a half here. So you can just see kind of sporadic activity, just some moderate, just heavier thunderstorms. Not severe. There's no any severe warnings on these particular cells down here further to the south. We do have several flash flood warnings in place where they've already picked up several inches of rain, but all the activity is basically into the Tennessee area. So it's right along this boundary into Tennessee, where they do have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with these particular cells. They're all moving very quick at 65 miles an hour. They all have some 60 mile per hour winds associated with it, and some quarter size hail. But yes, the movement on most of these are really quick, over 60 miles an hour, and they're trailing along this area. Once they've hit the Memphis, Tennessee area, this boundary has kind of really exploded in a way of erupting compared to what we've seen as of late with these tornadic supercells. Some, not all have turned severe, but some of them have, and then some of them turned tornadic as well. And we did see that confirmed tornado earlier down here in the Cardwell area, that we had that observed tornado that moved northeast at 65, 75 miles an hour along County Road 412. And then the continuation of that tornado warning is extended now. Now that circulation is near Interstate 55, heading towards the Temptonville area in the next 15 minutes or so. Mm. All right, so I'm trying to see if there's anything that warrants a little bit more circulation within these sectors. Yeah, it looks like most of the circulation is past Interstate 55 now. Most of it looks like it's past the Interstate 55 area as continues to race northeast. Looks like we have another tornado warning in Arkansas. This is Blytheville, Arkansas, and Luxora, Arkansas, until 3:45. This radar indicated tornado will impact areas into Burnett, into Ashport, Osceola, into these areas into Blytheville, Arkansas, until 3:45 p.m. This is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued until 3:45. Yeah, and if y'all want to follow me on Twitter, there's my Twitter handle. I'm retweeting a lot of pics happening today. Just some, a lot of the tornado warnings, any watches, any storm damage, any new things that come out out of these areas. Looks like yesterday we're getting signs of a confirmed tornado yesterday, and that activity in Texas. That the storm that touched down near the Fort Hood military base is now confirmed that it was a tornado that was nearly on the ground for 4 miles. Just very preliminary, but they have confirmed a tornado in around the Fort Hood military base down there into Cardwell County and Texas. And it looks like it was on the ground for about 9 minutes, covering about 4 miles. They're still assessing the damage. They have not put out an EF rating on it yet. They're just letting people know it was a confirmation of a tornado that did, in fact, make landfall. Thanks, Snowies. You're awesome. All right, so we're watching storm coverage here unfold. We're watching this active low-level jet really starting to get its act together now as it's racing across the Memphis area. Hey, Jake, I probably won't be live tomorrow. I'll probably do an update in the morning, but I won't be live. We got to make it through today first. It's only 3 o'clock. All right, and then things are just now getting going here. So, all right, so we're watching all this activities really starting to get going here across just north of Memphis. We've got several tornado warnings that are now currently in place with this active low-level jets really starting to get a little bit more active, if you will, as these storms will continue to race across. It appears that we have our first tornado warning of the day over Memphis. So this is a brand new tornado warning at 3:25. A severe thunderstorm was producing a tornado that was located over Jeanette, or 10 miles southwest of Marion. That's moving east at 50 miles an hour. So this is a radar indicated rotation on the radar over the Memphis area. So let's kind of highlight this area and see what we can find that warranted this tornado warning. All right, so you can see a lot of the circulation here coming out of Interstate 40. That's heading along Interstate 40 here, heading towards the Marion area. So cities include the Marion, the Barlett, the Millington areas. Maybe a lot of times the split screen's difficult sometimes to see. All right, so this is Memphis, Tennessee. We're watching this area circulation back behind here into off Interstate 40. That's heading northeast about 50 miles an hour. Areas that need to be in your safe zone are Marion, into Memphis, Tennessee, into Bartlett, into Millington. Some smaller cities include the Fraser area, possibly into Ellendale, into Lakeland, Kerrville. These areas are under the gun to have this tornadic supercell to move through your area over the next 30 minutes or so. So if you live in these zones, you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this developing indicated radar tornado is pushing northeast at 50 miles an hour. Hey, so I appreciate everybody watching the live feed, tuning in. If you're just tuning in for the very first time, um, I do a lot of updates. Do a lot of times it's daily updates on my channel. So I keep you weather aware for the entire nation. A lot of times when there's big impact events, I go live and do live storm coverage like what we're doing now. But a lot of my updates typically give you, 7 days out on what to expect and kind of really break things down for you across the nation on just kind of give you a guidance. My motto is protecting you before and after the storm. So that's my slogan is protecting you before and after the storm. So I give you plenty of advanced warnings. A lot of these time frames, like this area, we've been highlighting this storm threat for about a week out now. And this is the last day of it. So we've been talking about this severe threat for about a week now. And this is getting to be on the tail end of this active weather. And we have one more day tomorrow, not nearly as active. And then it'll start to lessen, kind of calm down, and so you can definitely tune in and get well informed on the weather. All right, so it looks like we got an extension from this other storm further north. So this is a brand new tornado warning at 3:26. That severe thunderstorm was located over Cottonwood Grove, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So this is just another extension from where we had the tornado earlier. This is in southeastern Missouri, western Tennessee areas into North Dyer County areas and to western Tennessee. These areas are just north of the Memphis area and need to be in your safe zone with this active system racing across. You can see this boundary here. If we really zoom out, you can definitely see this boundary getting a lot more active, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a lot more active in the Memphis, Tennessee area. So if you live in Jackson, it's only a matter of time before it's going to be on your doorstep. So you need to be high alert into Jackson, into Lexington. These areas are going to be under the gun in about 45 minutes or so. So you're watching, say, hey, it's fairly clear. Not much is happening. It's just a matter of time before it's going to be knocking on your doorstep. So now is the time that you need to be aware that we got tornadic supercells just to the west of you are going to be on your doorstep, and no time flat. With the storm movement is essentially from 65 to 70 to 75 miles an hour at times. So you're not going to have nearly as much time as you think if a warning does transpire in your area because of the very, very fast movement of these storms. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, definitely. Yeah, five warnings at the same time now. And some of that may be because you have circulation, it's moving so fast, it's moving out of that area before it can expire. So they go ahead and extend it further on. So in these types of situations, you do get a lot more warnings. With the fast moving systems like this, you do get a lot more warnings because one tornado, especially, it could be just one tornado and it keeps extending, and it could be the same tornado, right? So this type of environment, especially when these storms are moving so quickly, you tend to get a lot of warnings. Not to mean that every one of these are going to be tornadic, but because of the fast moving nature, they got to be ahead of the storm. So they go ahead and issue the warnings in advance, so you have more time to prepare, and they kind of build in the fast moving nature of these storms. All right, so it looks like we have a brand new tornado watch they just issued that I just retweeted on my Twitter feed. This is for that was issued for parts of Illinois and Kentucky. This goes on until 8 o'clock time frame this evening. It does include the Paducah area into Fulton, Murray, Benton, into Clarksville, Hopkinsville, Princeton, Madisonville, and to Marion. These are parts of Illinois, very southern tip of Illinois, parts of Kentucky here until 9 o'clock. So this is an extension of the tornado watch they went ahead and issued until 9 o'clock time frame for those areas that would imply a few tornadoes that are possible, an isolated hail up to quarter size hail, and then those wind gusts of 75 miles an hour. So they did in fact issue the 124th tornado watch of the season, of the year so far already, in parts of Illinois and Kentucky. All right, so we have a newer tornado warning that just got issued at 3:33. We had a severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado that was located over New Madrid that was moving at 60 miles an hour northeast at 60 miles an hour. So this tornadic thunderstorm will mainly remain over some rural areas in that northeastern New Madrid County areas, but does include the following locations of North Lilliburn. This is in New Madrid, Missouri. This is in Missouri areas, Lilburn, Missouri, until 4 o'clock p.m. for this system that's rapidly racing. So you can see actually these deepening purples here. Okay, so yeah, things are really starting to get active now as these systems are really starting to come together. So it's getting to be all hands on deck now as this is kind of rapid fire as these things are really starting to develop. Don't know if there will be 10 warnings at the same time like yesterday. I don't know. It's, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 at the same time right now. A moderate risk days do warrant 10 or more tornado warnings at the exact same time. So yes, it could very easily happen. Right now, it's kind of congealed together, so they're all kind of on top of each other. So there is a lot of warnings, but they're all really on top of each other. So we're not seeing a widespread event right now. We have that one little cell over Memphis, and then we have that other compacted cell north of the Memphis area. But there's not much further to the south of there into Louisiana and into the Little Rock area. So it's mainly confined right now. It is somewhat fairly confined at the moment. But yeah, it appears, at least with this one, we're not worried about like some massive hail from these events. It appears we're not getting much hail out of these storms. I mean, we're getting some quarter size, but we're not getting some of those massive hailstorms, hail sizes that we've seen last night of that 2, 3, 4 inch type variety out of these storms. You can see what's come out of these. We've had some 1.2 inches down here west of Memphis. There's another zone that we had some 1 inch hail down here. That's all kind of like just quarter size hail that's coming out of these storms. So we're not seeing like the very large hail, massive hail so far from these systems. All right, so this is an extension of the radar indicated tornado. So this is a fairly new one as well. So at 3:37, this was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was 7 miles west of the Clayton area, or 9 miles north of Reelfoot, a Lake State Park. And this was also moving at 70 miles an hour. So you can definitely see the fast nature of these storms, that they continue just to really race across to the northeast at 70 miles an hour. So if we zoom out and kind of keep the radar reflectivity on, we're trying to see like any maybe bowing out segments. A lot of these are maybe quick spin up type tornadoes. Yeah, so right there, well, on the southern flank there, just maybe towards the Brownville area, that's the area of concern that caused the tornado warning to be issued towards the Hickman area, as this is racing northeast at 70 miles an hour. Yeah, I had a nice follower reach out to me. You know, I had my neighbor bring me food last night, or she called Jersey Mike's and had it delivered to my house. She was so nice. And then after I ended the live stream last night, I had another follower reach out to me, and you know, she wanted to make the family dinner tonight. So apparently she's going to be coming over here like at 4:30 to drop off dinner for us. Um, you know, this restaurant called Lazy Dog here in Texas. So yes, very nice. Yeah, but she wanted to show her appreciation and come by and drop off dinner for the family tonight. Pal has the best followers. I mean, yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, her husband works there, and she's like, "Hey, it's no big deal. I'd like to do this for you," and she really insisted. So I was like, "Okay," and so yes, pretty, very nice. Okay, so yes, we have we actually have a new storm. So let's highlight this one further south, because looks to be this is a newer storm further south into Louisiana here. All right, so this one just developed. This is a brand new tornado warning. This is for that came out of the Shreveport, Louisiana area. So this is for South Central Arkansas, Columbia County, southwestern Arkansas, as well as the Claiborne Parish area in northwestern Louisiana. So at 3:41, we have this developing tornadic supercell that was capable of producing a tornado that was located 3 miles south of the Haynesville area, or 9 miles north of Homer. So 9 miles north of Homer, this cell was moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So these locations, let me just zoom into this area of interest. that's coming out of the Louisiana area. So we have a developing tornado that just developed, not confirmed, but radar indicated tornado. These changing of colors here that's showing the tornado, or at least the radar indicated tornado, as this is racing across 35 miles an hour. And then as we speak, we have yet another system further south. It looks like we have another system that just developed as well. So yes, we're starting to get a lot more activity. So this is a brand new tornado warning as well at 3:44. Another developing tornado, radar indicated tornado was located 8 miles northwest of Converse. So 8 miles northwest of Converse, or 12 miles southwest of Mansfield. That was moving at 40 miles an hour. Locations in its path, mainly over rural areas, but we're talking maybe southeastern DeSoto, northwestern Sabine parishes, maybe the Pelican or the Pleasant Hill area down here into Louisiana. So this is yet another area of concern that is rotating. So we're starting to see the separation now of these supercells starting to come more tornadic, and you can actually see it right here along County Road 91 here that warranted the tornado warning. As this has continued to move off to the northeast. This is basically south of the Shreveport, Louisiana area, and Louisiana. All right, so here's your bearings. There's Shreveport, Louisiana. This is south of Mansfield. You can definitely see the circulation right here. That's really evident. So if you live in the Lula, Katuna, Pelican, Oxford, into Pleasant Hill, into Louisiana, you need to be in your safe zone, as this is going to be crossing over County Road 171 by about the 4 o'clock time frame. So that gives you an idea of yeah, look at that, more rotation out ahead of it too. So this whole sector is starting to rotate as this has continued to lift off to the northeast. So it appears to be near the Katuna area around that 4 o'clock time frame, maybe near the Oxford around 4:03 time frame, as this whole area is starting to rotate more as this continues to lift off into the northeast. Hey, Snow. Yes, they all look like they popped up at the same time, or at least that's what it feels like, right? So we got 1, 2, 3. They're not observed. They're all just radar indicated. So, but definitely things are getting a lot more active, which is what we were kind of expecting here. It just may have just been delayed by 2 hours. But either way, we're on full effect now with the event unfolding, with numerous tornado warnings happening at the moment. So far, most of them have been radar indicated. We've seen 1 or 2 possible observed tornadoes with these systems. But we're going to be on these storms as they continue into the late afternoon, into the evening hours. All right, so let's check it back this weather one into Union City. All right, so we have that instability that's racing across County Road 51 here. That's showing that rotation on the leading edge from this boundary. This is continue to push across to the eastbound. Yeah, so we have several. We have 5 active tornado warnings happening right now. Everybody needs to be in their safe zone under these warnings as these continue to race across un, to the northeast here at a fairly big clip. Let's zoom back into the Memphis one, and this goes on for another 24 minutes or so, and it still has that circulation back towards the Marion area, and that's the one that warranted the warning as this is rapidly moving to the northeast here. All right, so that circulation's coming out of Marion will be towards the Gillstown area around 3:54 in the next 2 minutes or so, and back towards the Kerrville area around 4:15. So that will be in the next 15 minutes or so, as mostly all these storms are all lifting across northeast. All right, so here's the storm over Memphis, Tennessee. That does include the Memphis, Tennessee area. This is for South Central Tipton. We had yet another storm that was over West Memphis that was moving around 55 miles an hour with this particular system, but also had some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust along its leading path, as it's just a torrential downpour right now, and along the Memphis, Tennessee area, as it continues to race across to the northeast. Hey, Joanne. Oh, so you live in Memphis and the sirens are going off repeatedly? Yeah, so this is the second system. So we did have a tornado warning earlier that was to the west of you. Now this is essentially right over Memphis and then further points to the east. So these are essentially back-to-back tornado warnings that are happening right now as we speak. So if we zoom into this area for you, we can watch this area of circulation that's really basically kind of right over the downtown area of Memphis. So we're watching this circulation near maybe the Speedway Terrace area. This is just north of Interstate 40. There's New Chelsea. This is coming out of potentially, say, the Fraser area into Bartlett, as this continues to push across south of Millington. So this is the area that's showing some radar indicated rotation here as this continues to race across to the northeast. And this goes on for another 20 minutes or so. So this does include all those areas into Fraser, into Ellendale, into Lakeland, just south of Millington, as well as the Fraser area along maybe County Road 51 here. Hey, well, send your text. Send your husband a text. Let him know we have a potential tornado. You're under a tornado warning for the next 20 minutes or so. So definitely he needs to be in his safe zone as this will continue to race across. And there's more stuff back behind it. So even after this one moves out, We do have a lot more training well behind you, all the way down to Pine Bluff. And all this activity is all heading your way, all lifting northeast. Hey, Brian. How's it going, buddy? Thanks for tuning into the stream. We're all doing awesome. We started about 1 o'clock. It was fairly quiet for about the first 2 hours, but the last hour or so, it's been pretty active. Yeah, tornado sirens going off in Memphis, Tennessee. Yes, reports from our storm chaser here. Yeah, I'm watching their feed. I'm not seeing anything. The sirens are going off, and I'm not seeing any confirmation of an actual tornado, but the sirens are going off. This warranted supercell, as this is continuing to show some circulation here on radar as it continues to move northeast. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of activity on my feed from the tornadoes that happened yesterday. So I'm getting a lot of storm reports. I'm getting a lot of pictures that are coming out of yesterday's activity. Looks like we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's come out of Arkansas. This is for Stuttgart, DeWitt, and Star City. DeWitt and Star City, Arkansas, until 5 o'clock of some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust within this cell that was just issued about 20 seconds ago. It goes until 5 o'clock for the Arkansas area. All right, so let's go back down further south and look at those other two tornado warnings a little bit further south towards Louisiana here, because these are also rotating as well. Yeah, this storm at 3:41 was near maybe 3 miles south of the Haynesville area, or 9 miles north of Homer, into south central Arkansas and portions of Louisiana here. So this is the area of interest, just south of Haynesville. That's racing across here. This little circulation by Highway 79 here. This is County Road 79. That's continue to race across to the northeast. So this should be maybe towards north of Antioch and Summerfield, potentially in Summerfield by around the 4:16 timeframe. So in the next 15 minutes or so, it could be in the Summerfield area, which I just refreshed and it's not showing as evident anymore. All right, hold on, guys. I'll be back. All right. So I'm back. So we got several tornado warnings happening right now. Nothing observed. So several tornado warnings are unfolding right now. So we got two in Louisiana and one on the borderline of Arkansas. And then the other one has shifted over the Memphis area. All right, so here's that storm along the leading edge into Mariana, into Arkansas. This goes on until about another 12 more minutes or so. This was also producing some 70-mile-per-hour winds with this particular cell that had some quarter-size hail that was moving eastbound about 50 miles an hour northeast. So these areas include that were near the Palestine area into Haines or near Marvell. This storm as well as this continues to race across to the northeast. This activity again is also pushing towards the Memphis area. So, and then there's more stuff that was also warned earlier by down towards Pine Bluff. So this whole band, I mean, this whole band is going to be touching Memphis. And we looked at the high resolution guidance earlier. We kind of depicted about say 3 to maybe 8 or 9 o'clock time frame. So we had about a 6-hour window. It appeared to be fairly active in around the say Memphis area because that seemed to be maybe in the center of it all, the kind of more or less the bullseye of the heaviest activity today. And so we just kind of got a time frame of maybe some of the highest impact zones are between 3 and 8 or 9 o'clock this evening and towards the Memphis area, only because we have all this area towards Little Rock is all heading towards Memphis. And then we have all this activity down here that's developing that's also moving northeast, that's also heading towards the Memphis area as well. So yeah, tornado sirens are going off east of Memphis. Yeah, it depends on looking at the radar. Those sirens are probably going to be going off for a while now. All right, so this is the area that's concerning is this area rotating near Interstate 40 here, near the Bartlett area. So this is why the sirens are happening right now with this rotation that continues to lift out of the Memphis area, heading up past Interstate 40, heading towards the Bartlett area as it continues to push across to the northeast. All right, so this is a fairly new tornado warning as well. This is further north, put out by the Kentucky National Weather Service. This is at 4:04. There was another storm capable of producing tornado that was located near Fulton. This was also moving at 70 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be the Mayfield area around the 4:20 time frame of this supercell that has some rotation on the velocity right here. I can kind of put them side by side. Yeah, so it's coming out of Fulton. This little notch here by right coming out of Fulton here. This is the area that's showing some rotation. That's moving out of Fulton, heading towards the Water Valley area along 45 and 1283 here, as this continues to push up further northeast, heading towards the Wingo and then the Mayfield area. Hey Tammy, yes, the calm before the storm. Yeah, so that was that new tornado warning that goes on until 5:30. Oh wow. All right, so it looks like we got confirmation from last night. The Salado tornado that we talked about earlier, National Weather Service out of Fort Worth has confirmed an EF3, a high end EF3, 165 miles an hour. So that's that same area that had 5.5-inch hailstone last night out of Salado. And then also they had a high end EF3 tornado in southern Bell County, confirmed by the National Weather Service. They just did their all the reports, and peak winds were 165 miles an hour. So no fatalities, but 23 were injured. No fatalities out of that storm, but we did have 23 injuries from that storm, and it was on the ground. It appears for 32 minutes. It was on the ground for 32 minutes. That traveled about 13 miles into Bell County here. Wow. Okay, so it looks like there was several. Yeah, I'm starting to get a lot of reports from yesterday. They also had an EF0 tornado that was near the town of Seaton that had some 70 mile per hour winds to it as well. So 3 confirmed tornadoes yesterday in Texas and central Texas so far from last night's activity. And then we had others in Iowa. I just don't get those reports on my phone. All right. So, yeah, EF0. So basically, an EF0 criteria is 65 mile per hour winds and up to 85. So an EF0 is 65 to 85 mile per hour winds. And yes, they do have an EF0. It goes from EF0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Um, all right. So, all right. So we still got that cell that's coming out of Memphis here, and the sirens continue to blare out towards into the Memphis area. This continues to show a radar indicated tornado, and they went ahead and extended to a severe thunderstorm warning that shows a possible tornado with this system. That's another area that's moving at 4:08. There was a severe thunderstorm that was located over a line from Dixonville or to near Fraser. That's basically southwest Memphis area, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is the same area that has the tornado warning currently right now. So they went ahead and extended it into a severe thunderstorm warning. All sirens blaring by the University of Memphis. Very dark area with lightning just west around Midtown. 7 of us pulled in and waiting. All right, so I appreciate it. Thanks for the ground reports. It's definitely helpful to have visuals on the ground. Watching this circulation because it's been rotating, but we haven't had any more or less tightening of this rotation. But the sirens have been blaring in and around the Memphis area for a good 20 minutes or so for a while now. Can you see green in the sky? That would be another indication. Um, I mean, it's really kind of right here between Fraser and Bartlett, right around Interstate 40. This is the area that we're kind of eyeing here of maybe trying to lower. We're trying to see any maybe tightening, any couplets. There's the newest scan, that's coming out of Memphis, heading into Bartlett here. Yeah, I see that, Ross. We got a ton of flash flood warnings happening. Yeah, most of these flash flood warnings have picked up 1 to 2 inches of rain, and another 1 or 2 inches are expected. So it's been raining in these areas for a while now, and so on the backside, we're getting numerous flood warnings are unfolding down further to the south. All right, so they went ahead and let that expire out of Memphis there. So they went ahead and let that that storm expire out of the Memphis area. It's no longer warned. Sorry, I'm making a post real quick. Hold on, guys. I'm typing as fast as I can. I was posting about those tornadoes last night. All right, so we still have that one cell. It looks like this could be an extension of this one cell down up here at this tornado warning that goes until about another 12 minutes or so. But yeah, right now that's the only tornado warning currently that's happening, and so we'll zoom into this one. Okay, yeah, this one's actually showing even a little bit more circulation. Okay, so yes, this one's this is around County Road 121. Yeah, there we go. This is the new scan. This is the new scan on this one. This is showing a little bit more significant rotation here. That's basically south of Stubblefield, heading into this is south of Mayfield. Let me read the parameters on it. At 4:14, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was 9 miles southwest of Mayfield. 80 miles an hour. Wow, guys, and this one's moving at 80 miles an hour. So this radar indicated rotation is moving at 80 miles an hour out of this area. So man, these are really booking now. So here's the scan. So this is 9 miles south of Mayfield. This is the area of interest that we're talking about that has fairly significant rotation here. That's continued to move off to the northeast. So if you live in this Sedella area towards Gola or Bacchusburg. I'm sure I'm pronouncing some of these cities wrong, as these continue to race across to the northeast. Yeah, it's very fast. I mean, that's the fastest of the day. So you can imagine if a tornado drops out of this and it's moving 80 miles an hour. That's rare to see. That's just, I mean, that's past the legal speed limit, right? I mean, you go 80 miles an hour in the freeway, that's booking it. So this is a very fast moving rotation here that's just south of Mayfield, heading about to cross Highway 80 here. That's heading towards the Gola area. So we're going to stay on this one because this is really the only tornado warning happening right now. Um, that's out there. Well, we look like we have another one just that popped up on by Shreveport. But this goes on for another 9 minutes or so as this is racing at 80 miles an hour and around the Mayfield area that has a lot of circulation with it. So, all right, so let's push further down to the south and let's look at this other warning that appears that just popped up as well. So this is showing more rotation as well. This is the area of interest that appears to show the rotation. All right, at 4:17, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was 7 miles north of Montgomery. So 7 miles north of Montgomery. This is put out by Shreveport National Weather Service for Grant Parish in north central Louisiana and Wynn Parish in north central Louisiana. This storm was moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So 7 miles north of Montgomery here basically puts this area right here. This is the area that's highlighted for the rotation that warranted the tornado warning. So this areas include. All right, I can't take this off here. All right, so let me expand the view here. So here's the cone of where this rotation could be going over the next 30 minutes or so. So this is where it could be around 4:32, say in the next 10 minutes. It could be towards the Ringwood area by 4:52, say in the next 30 minutes or so, and Sykes around 5 o'clock. All right, so these areas need to be in your safe zone. This, to me, this is showing fairly some greens starting to mix into this picture. So it appears to me the circulation is trying to tighten. It definitely appears it's a little bit more evident. Here's the latest scan on the radar. Still has it there, so it still has the different colors. That's typically showing winds going away and to the radar. That's where you see the rotation that's happening right now as it continues to lift off to the northeast. Hey, Tammy, we sure do appreciate your taking the time to do this for us. Hey, you're welcome. I knew today was going to be a busy day, even though this is day 3. I mean, it's been a lot of weather, right? It's been very active. It was live like 4 or 5 hours the day before, 4 or 5 hours yesterday. Of course, you got all this activity that's it's been active, right? It's been active. But I'm here, and we'll get through this together. But I'm definitely looking for things to calm down a little bit, for sure. All right, so if we pull back, yeah, it sounds like my kids are home. And I'm getting my I got confirmation that my sign, I'm having a logo made back behind me. It's all going to be illuminated with kind of neon lights and everything. So anyways, they're installing it Friday. They text me yesterday, it's done. And so they're going to be coming over and getting it all wired for me and everything. So I'm going to have I guess the moral of the story is I'm getting rid of the green screen. And so my backdrop will be my logo, and I'll have a bunch of pictures. I'll have my plaque with my YouTube, my silver plaque when I hit 100,000 subscribers. So it's just been in the works. It's been about a month now, but it's finally ready, and so I'm kind of looking forward to that, and so I can have it more feel like a studio here. So, all right. So yes, we have that activity that's continuing to unfold here. All right, so let's put the radar on. I mean, I'm sorry, the movement on this on these storms, and we can definitely zoom in. It's still showing um, fairly good circulation on this system as it continues to push across to the north to the northeast here. All right, so if we zoom out, it looks like we've got another tornado warning that just issued, another radar indicated tornado for Mayfield, Kentucky, and Benton, Kentucky until 5 o'clock. So locations under the brand new tornado warning are Mayfield, Kentucky, Viola, and to Benton, as well as Gilbertsville, Kentucky. All those areas are under a brand new tornado warning until 5:15 time frame. As these systems will continue to rapidly develop and move across. So those areas need to be in your safe zone with this developing radar indicated tornado out of Kentucky. All right, so this is the area of interest that's come out of Kentucky. This was the area that came out of Wingo earlier. That's now shifted further into Kentucky, coming out of Mayfield. You can definitely see the colors of separation here. This is the area of circulation right along south of Highway or Interstate 69 here. That's heading towards the Benton area and into Mayfield. So this is the same area earlier that had the circulation. We have yet another system that's moving in these same areas, and it warranted another tornado warning that's coming out of this area as this continues to lift across to the northeast. All right. We've seen a lot of warnings tonight. We've seen one or two observed tornadoes. So this activity is getting a little bit more active. This is a fairly newer one down here further south. Uh, yeah, south of Mayfield here. So at 4:28, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing or both tornadoes that had extensive straight line wind damage earlier that was located along a line from 8 miles southwest of Benton, 8 miles southwest of Benton, or 7 miles southeast of Linville, 7 miles southeast of Linville. that's also moving at 75 miles an hour. So 75 miles an hour, guys, into portions of western Kentucky. This is the Callaway County area. This is southeastern Marshall County and western Kentucky here. As this storm movement it continues to race across right here. This has now entered this area that warranted the tornado warning. Look at the straight line winds. It's always an indication where these bow out, starting to bow out. They become a little bit less linear, and those are indications the winds are starting to intensify. So you got potentially 75-mile-per-hour winds that are coming out of this system, but it's also moving at 75 miles an hour. So that makes a huge difference. So these storms are really packing a punch as they continue to come out and go into Kentucky here towards Mayfield, as well as further south into Murray. So hopefully my wife can take my son to soccer practice. Yeah, so he plays at the school. So he has soccer practice in the morning, every morning. And then on Mondays and Wednesdays, he's got soccer practice in the evening for rec. It's because he plays on 2 leagues. Then, of course, we've got games on Thursday for him, and then we have games on Saturday. So, and that's one kid. so oh, yes, you're right. It was Mayfield. Yes, Mayfield, Kentucky. Yeah, this is the area that got hit by the sorry, let me yes, Mayfield, Kentucky was the area that got hit by the very devastating tornado back in December 10th. Yeah, so this is the same area that's under that tornado warning currently right now. We're watching this leading squall line. It's past Mayfield now, but it's moved off into Benton and heading into Murray here. Yeah, so that was the update. Yes, they did update. This is into Murray, Hardin, and Hazel. Murray and Hardin, Hazel, Kentucky until 5 o'clock. Um, that's just south of Mayfield here. That's heading towards the Murray area of this squall line. This leading squall line here. You can actually see it. It's really just along this leading edge here. This is the area that we're talking about. That's warranting the tornadic supercells as these race across northeast at 70 miles an hour here. Oh wow! Yeah, I'm looking at more pics of that hailstone back in Salado last night. That yeah, went through it, a hole in the roof. Yeah, so you can imagine those storms that those type hailstones go. Looks like the food's here. It looks like they're dropping off the food, which basically implies we got to get Sunny in the crate, or she runs out. Puppies aren't. Yeah, that's so nice. Yeah, and we love Lazy Dog. We eat there all the time. Uh, it looks like she brought a whole slew of food. Wow. All right, so we got yeah, so we have two active tornado warnings happening right now as we speak into Kentucky. One is towards the Mayfield area, towards the Murray area into Benton, Kentucky. The leading squall line has reached into that area, and it's right, right along that leading edge of that squall line that you always have to be concerned about. That we're starting to see some rotation within that sector there. So that's what's warranted the the tornado warning that's now coming out of Benton, just along these leading edge. There's the circulation into Murray, right over Murray as we speak, and then the other circulation is just kind of this little notch here towards the Benton area. So this will continue to move across to the northeast here. Company over at Powell. Yes, everybody's home now. I've got two kids. They're two teenagers, 14 and 16 now. So two dogs, two kids, and a wife. And then my wife works at home as well. So we're all at the house all the time. Besides when the kids are at school. She's like, thanks, pal fans. I don't have to cook. See, there you go. Y'all won me some brownie points, I'm telling you. So, yeah, very nice. I mean, I'm not, yeah, definitely not expecting, people send me food. Haven't, they drive. She actually didn't even have it. She drove over here herself. That was actually her. She drove it over here to my house and personally dropped it off. So that was really, really nice. All right, so let's swing back further down to the south and towards that Louisiana storm and see if that's showing anything. All right, so we got so we have those mixing of colors here, just south of Louisiana. This goes on for another 6 more minutes or so, but this is for that Winfield area. This one's moving at 45 miles an hour. It was kind of a developing tornado, radar indicated tornado heading in towards the Winfield area, basically, right now of these, kind of changing the colors. This is the area of interest that has warranted the tornado warning that's all lifting across to the northeast here. And there's another tornado warning further south at 426. There was a tornado near the that was put out by Little Rock, Arkansas. This is for eastern Arkansas and actually southeastern Arkansas as well. This one's moving at 60 miles an hour. This was the storm that was 7 miles southwest of DeWitt area, or 8 miles south of Stuttgart areas. Down here into Arkansas of another radar indicated rotation that's happening within the storm. Yeah, much love, Mrs. Powell. Hurricane Heather. Hey Heather, have you put out when do you normally put out your hurricane forecast? I mean, we're getting to be like the middle of April here, because I know course, hurricane season starts June 1st, and then they start issuing advisories about a month out, or about the middle of May, at least for the National Weather Service. But yeah, all accounts, it looks to be another active season on the hurricane front. I think even the Colorado State University came out. They had their first guidance of 19 storms, and they typically update about five separate times, all the way, like every 6 weeks, all the way through August. But I would say that's fairly bullish, coming out with a number of 19 storms already, because typically that's fairly conservative, and then they bump it up as they get, more data. But yeah, they came out swinging at 19 storms for the season. I think 9 of those were going to be hurricanes, and then 4 of those were major hurricanes. And that was the Colorado State University. All right. Yeah, it was more active last night, and in Texas. All right, so we have another tornado warning that just got issued. This is further. So we have this one, but I wanted to highlight this one out here towards Jackson, because this is in Mississippi. So this appears to be our first tornado warning of the day, coming from the Jackson National Weather Service in Mississippi here. So we had a cell that was around 440, this severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing tornado, located over Oak Ridge or near Redwood, that was moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. So this is a brand new tornado warning. This is for northeastern Warren County and Yazoo County into central Mississippi here. So this appears to be our first active cell of the day, heading a little bit further east into the Mississippi area. So you can actually see these two cells are separated. So you have this one cell that's out ahead of this main line that has turned tornadic into portions of Mississippi here, just south of Yazoo City. Oh, 7 major hurricanes. Okay, that's I always like to hear your input. At least 7 major hurricanes. Well, with them forecasting La Nina, if La Nina does hold, which some say it will, and then we have not, the last 2 years, I think La Nina started middle of September, and then last year it started the middle of October. Of course, it was later in the season, but we're in La Nina now, and if it continues like they say it does, like at the start of the season, it continues through the season, it should be a very active season. I mean, just on the surface of things, it should be a very active season. Typically, what La Nina means is you get less shear. You basically get less shear in the Atlantic side. So as systems come across, at least on the Atlantic side, if you have less shear out in the open waters, you have a greater probabilities of these open waves or these tropical systems being closed off and kind of held together longer. So, hey, it's great to hear your input. Hey, Deborah. Hey, thanks so much. Hey, awesome education and information. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, so I mean, it's actually been back-to-back very active years. That's 2 seasons in a row we went through the alphabet. um, so yes, the technology is getting greater. So there are going to be some storms, out there that 20 years ago that we probably couldn't see. Right? There's going to be some tropical storms that they see out in the open waters that are 40-mile-per-hour storms that maybe warned a storm for 24 hours or so. But regardless of that, it still appears to be a higher end year. And I think we're at 20. We had 12 impacted storms in 2020, and we had 8 U.S. impacted storms last year. So that's 20 storms in 2 years that made impact to the United States in some form. So it's been very active. And so this appears to be the 3rd year in a row for active storms. And then 7 of those years had a named storm before the season start. 7 out of the last 10. So there's a pretty good probability we could be even talking about a tropical storm, say a month from now. It's not out of the question. Definitely. So we're getting to that time frame that we have to be even, starting to talk about, tropical storms and hurricanes. We're almost actually getting there. All right, so I'm going to get off track here. You got me on this hurricane. So, all right, so let's look back and what's happening here into these systems. Man, that's craziness. That blizzard. That's a whole nother thing. This blizzard that's happening in North Dakota. It's incredible. Of all the weather that's happening right now, with dynamics of the weather, with very heavy snow, blizzards, all the fires, and then all the severe weather. Hey, we have a frost warning tonight in northeastern Oklahoma. Yeah, I actually just looked in Dallas, it showed about 42 degrees. So, yeah, frost is 35. Hey, I took a snapshot of all the weather-related alerts that can cover the United States, and it blew me away. Yeah, I mean, you got a little bit of everything out there, and then of course of all the high winds. It's been just an incredibly windy week of 47 inches of snow in Troy, Montana yesterday. 4 feet of snow, which is insane. I mean, can you imagine 4 feet of snow in 24 hours? Most people can't. I probably haven't seen that much snow in my lifetime. So, I mean, all right. So we have more active radar indicated tornadoes. Nothing observed, but we do have more warnings that are popping up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 active warnings currently right now within these cells. So we're still watching these cells back here, back towards Murray, that are back-to-back systems. And some of these fast moving systems on a night like this, when they're moving so fast, you could get some very quick spin ups that are, maybe on the ground for a couple of minutes. They can go undetected because this such fast movement of these systems. So they went ahead and again, so you get more tornado warnings in these areas because they're moving so fast. And it's coming out of Murray, it's coming out of a Paducah, and it's shifting northeast. So they extended these two tornado warnings further off to the northeast. So, these are moving at 60 miles an hour. So this was located 7 miles northeast of Benton. So 7 miles northeast of Benton. Locations in its path are going to be the Eddyville area, about 5 o'clock time frame. So the Eddyville area, by 5 o'clock. And then further south, this is the extension off to the northeast that produced some pretty extensive straight line wind damage. This one's also moving at 65 miles an hour, which is also 7 miles southeast of Murray. That goes until 4:15. Because of these fast movement of these cells, typically you get more warnings in these environments because they're just moving so fast, and the circulation is still evident on radar, and it's going to be crossing over these warned areas, which warrants the extension of the tornado warnings. All right, so it's almost 5 o'clock now, so we're almost into 5 o'clock time frame. So we've seen a lot of tornado warnings today. We've seen most of the activity has been really within the last 2 hours. By my confirmation, it looks like there's been one tornado on the ground that I recall. Was there two? I recall maybe one that we've had confirmation. That's been an observed tornado, and that was around the 3 o'clock time frame. Since then, we've seen a lot of ones on radar that look like they appear to be a tornado, but they don't come to fruition. And I keep refreshing my feed. I'm not seeing any. I'm trying to get confirmation by storm spotters. I'm trying to get if anything, if there's something I'm missing, if there's okay. So it looks like yesterday. I'm getting reports out of Des Moines now. So if you were with me last night, we have confirmation southwest of Rutland. This is coming out of the Des Moines National Weather Service. Have a confirmed EF1 tornado last night between 100 and 110 miles an hour. Was on the ground for about 4 miles over a 10-minute lifespan. So that was one tornado. And then we have another tornado that was confirmed by the National Weather Service out of Des Moines for last night, of an EF2 tornado occurred east of the Bradgate area or south of Bode. So we were talking about these when we were doing the live coverage. Winds 115 to 125. So 115 to 125 on the ground for about 9 minutes or so and traveled about 4 miles. And that's coming out of Des Moines. So we've got that's 5 now. So 3 in Texas and 2 in Iowa from yesterday. And these are very preliminary. Of course, it just happened last night, so it'll take a while to assess all the damage. But usually I try to talk about them as they come in. Oh, in Mississippi? All right, so let's check this out. All right, so this is another tornado warning down here towards Mississippi. This is northeastern Warren and southwestern Yazoo counties. At 4:51, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near the Phoenix, or 10 miles northeast of Redwood, 10 miles northeast of Redwood, moving about 35 miles an hour with this system. So locations in its path are the Phoenix area around 5, so it'll be 4 more minutes from now. The Tinsley 520, Little Yazoo around 525 here. All right, so this is the area of interest. All right, so coming out of just south of Yazoo City, this little kind of a bow echo right here, this little couplet here. So this is the area of concern that basically south of Satatina areas by Highway 3. So we put the motion on this. And we're watching this system come across. This is all moving northeast on this leading edge of this little boundary here. You always try to look for notches in these systems. All right, so it appears I guess Des Moines is spitting out all their updates now. So this is another confirmed tornado yesterday. EF0 tornado near the Kanawha area with peak winds of 75 to 85 miles an hour. It looked like it was on the ground for about a mile, long, and for 2 minutes. So 2 minutes of a tornado on the ground for about a mile. EF0 75 85. So that would be 6. So 3 in Iowa and 3 in Texas. And I'm looking at the reports. It looked like there were 9 reported yesterday. Not all those have to be confirmed. But so far, 3 in Texas, 3 in Iowa. And there was a possible one in Nebraska. Or at least it was reported. So they're probably assessing. Nebraska's probably on that one. Okay. Hey, Joanne. Just catching up with the feed. All right. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice. All right. All right, so let's zoom out, see what's happening here. Okay, so it looks like we got an extension of the tornado watch. So we have a brand new tornado watch for Indiana now. So Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. So parts of Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. So this is a brand new tornado watch for Murfreesboro, Lawrenceburg, into Nashville, Tennessee, into Bowling Green, Kentucky here, into Elizabethtown, into Louisville, All those areas are included in the tornado watch for between now and 10 o'clock. So that's that new issue of the tornado watch. They just issued it. That's for several tornadoes possible, some quarter-size hail, but wind gust up to 80 miles an hour. So wind gust up to 80 miles an hour within this tornado watch that's coming out of parts of Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee right now. All right, so I'm getting all the reports from yesterday. So the National Weather Service out of Tulsa, it appears the National Weather Service out of Tulsa surveyed the damage near Stilwell, Oklahoma, from this morning storms. Apparently, there was some early morning storms in Oklahoma this morning. There was a confirmed tornado on the north side of town of Stilwell, Oklahoma. Stilwell, Oklahoma was rated an EF1. So confirmed tornado coming out of the Tulsa National Weather Service from some activity from early this morning into the Oklahoma area. On the northwest side of Stilwell, there was that EF1 tornado. Yeah, so it's showing that one in Mississippi has a funnel, but not any lowering of that system. All right, so it appears this storm into Mississippi here has a funnel cloud associated with it. It's trying to lower, but we have no confirmation from spotters. There's a lot of rain. There's a lot of rain in that area, but it appears to be north towards the Russellville area, heading northeast. This has a funnel associated with it right now that's trying to lower it. It appears to be rain wrapped from this particular system. It's not really that low. It's pretty high up in the atmosphere, but it does show some sort of lowering in the atmosphere here. Sorry, what was that? So I'm looking at Reed Timmer. The last time he was live was 4 hours ago. He hasn't done an update since. Yeah, even the Weather Channel is talking about that tornado in Texas. Yeah, there was 3 of them, and then, it's a 165. That's a pretty big one. That's a high-end EF3. That's definitely a very damaging tornado. 165. Yeah, I knew based on that wedge last night. I was just looking at it. 140, 150. That was my guesstimate. All right, so we're watching this activity down here in Mississippi, down towards Yazoo City. It's got a notch. It's got some. It's got a wall cloud that's trying to lower out of this system, and we're just watching to see if there's anything that might try to touch down in this area that is tornado warned for the next 40 minutes or so. Yeah, so at 5 o'clock, there was that storm that was capable of producing a tornado that was near the Phoenix area, or basically 16 miles northeast of Redwood. Near the Phoenix area, 16 miles northeast of Redwood. It would be towards the Tinsley area around 520, and the Little Yazoo area around the 525 time frame. Yeah, so here's Tinsley right here, and this. Okay, so it's actually showing. Okay, it's right here. This yellow right here. So we're watching this. This is trying to get a little bit further down to the ground. Hey, Weather to Go, you're back. What did I miss? Well, we didn't have anything. We had our first, I'm not sure how long you've been gone, but we had our first tornado warning around 3. We've had numerous tornado warnings. We had one observed tornado that I can recall, but we've had a slew of tornado warnings since then, but not anything confirmed. So, but we are watching this area by Yazoo City here. So that's this is definitely showing these last couple scans here. These last couple scans near Orangeville and Nevada here are definitely showing some lowering and on the velocity scans of this supercell that's trying to touch the ground here out of this warned area that's moving to the northeast. So what was that earlier? You had a confirmation tornado in Minnesota. Oh, there it is. EF2 confirmed tornado in Minnesota yesterday, 132 mile per hour winds. Okay, awesome. Thanks, I appreciate the research. So that appears to be 7. So that looks to be 7 tornadoes by my count, confirmation. All right, so we're watching this activity. We're watching this activity down here towards Yazoo City. That's showing the most signs right now of trying to get its act together and trying to possibly lower down and possibly get a touchdown here. So if we see the last couple of scans, these change of colors here have really starting to mix up and trying to congeal together. That's definitely a first signs of trying to lowering of this supercell down here by Yazoo City here. All right, so this is tornado warned. So we'll put the cone on it. This is the cone of where this could be at a certain time frame. So maybe Scotland around 526, so about another 16 minutes of this area of circulation that's trying to lower here. The Berryville area around a 530 time frame, as this is lifting off into the northeast here. All right. Hey, my device is staying at 100% battery. Cool. All right, so let's zoom out, look at the big picture here. All right, so we're watching all these cells move across. It looks like it's done. It's basically almost done in Shreveport. It looks like all right, so yeah, it's 5 o'clock. We've had all the activity in East Texas and Shreveport. The tornado watch has expired, so we can look at the updated tornado watches here. All right, so this is the newer tornado watch that just got extended through about the 10 o'clock time frame as the one that's coming out of Tyler was expired. So this is the brand new tornado watch for them, and as it continues to push across, these newer tornado watches extend into Hattiesburg, into Meridian, and to Tupelo. And then the newer ones further to the north that just got issued towards Murfreesboro, into Nashville, as well as into Bowling Green and to Louisville. These all go into the 10 o'clock time frame as well. So these continue to be extended with these watches as these continue to move to the northeast here. Hey, I'm looking at the longer range guidance at 18Z, and I'm thinking we have about a week's break from the severe, then it returns with potentially another big outbreak by the end of April. Hey, weather to go. Yeah, I mean, if you notice with these systems, it's you kind of have down weeks. You know, this is a very active week, right? It's been a very active week, no question. So, you know, a lot of times that can happen with you know, it moves out, and then you kind of have a lull week where the atmosphere recovers, if you will, and then it ramps back up again. You know, with this consecutiveness that we've seen as of lately has been definitely rare. So yes, I think we could all use a break from this activity. Yeah, because this there's a lot of cold air trailing behind the system. There's you know, and then storms don't like cold air. You know, there's a lot of cooler air. I mean, not maybe saying cold, but definitely cooler air for April standards that's going to be trailing behind this whole system, and then of course that cold air will move out, and then you have warm air building back in, and then you probably have another trough, uh, you know, digging out west coast. Yeah, I know the GFS was like trying to be really bullish. I know the MJO starts to get a lot more active. Um, you start getting these waves that come out of Indonesia. Um, More activity comes out of, there's a surge of precipitation that comes out of Indonesia that sets up over more of the central Pacific that kind of amplifies that warm blob in the North Pacific that would typically set up more troughing out west. It's probably what he's looking at towards the end of April. Hey, I could use a break. Yeah, right. Hey, I love POW. It's just been a week for me. Hey, we're all there, Snowies. Trust me. We are all there. Hey, another massive trough coming in off the West Coast around April 25th. Okay. And then it shows it takes a negative tilt by the time it comes in, possibly the Midwest by then. My butt don't like cold air. It's been crazy up here in the 30s. Yeah. So how'd you like that April snow, Kay? Yeah, it's yeah, everybody's saying I'm exhausted. Exactly. We are all there. We are all there. So Mother Nature, give us a break. Come on now. Time out. Time out. We're done. We're tapping out. All right. Yeah, so this is gonna be the most active night for the next, week and a half at least, right? So it's a little bit of storms tomorrow, but this is the most active night in the next 10 days or so. Um, all right, so we got this storm further north. So this is another radar indicated tornado. That's that Tinsley one that goes until 5:45. But this was the extension on this particular cell. This is the cell that's cranking about 80-mile-per-hour winds. So regardless of the tornado with this system, some of these that have been confirmed, these EFZ tornadoes that have had some 75 and 85-mile-per-hour winds, we're still getting this with these straight line winds from some of these cells down here. So this particular cell was put out by Shreveport National Weather Service. This is for Caldwell Parish. Yeah, the Caldwell Parish area, and to north central Louisiana and southeastern Jackson, as well as northeastern Wynn Parish and north central Louisiana. So this particular storm was capable of producing a tornado 12 miles northwest of Ola, or 15 miles northeast of Winfield, 15 miles northeast of Winfield, moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. So locations in this path are going to be the Clarks and Grayson area around 5:30, and the Columbia area around 5:35 time frame. So yes, this area is packing some 85 mile per hour winds with this setup as this continues to race across to the northeast here. Yeah, here we go. Here's the yeah. So here's the notch towards Hickory Valley and Cotton Plant here of this circulation that's warranted this tornadic activity down here into Louisiana that continues to push across to the northeast. And the last couple scans have shown this rotation continuing to stay intact, or it's also maybe got a little deeper as well. So mm. All right, so we got another extension of the tornado watch just issued 44 seconds ago. So it appears, yeah. So people were asking to be about Louisiana, and so they went ahead and extended as this system continues to dive further off to the east. Now it includes portions of Lake Charles going into Lafayette area towards the Fort Polk area into Alexandria. They added this area down here towards to the tornado watch, not New Orleans, but a little bit further south, and into the 10 o'clock time frame. So this was just kind of an extension. This was an extension of the tornado watch, a little bit further south, basically including the Lafayette into the Baton Rouge area, basically north of I-10 and northward. Yeah, I mean, if areas up north are pushing 80s by the end of April, could just only imagine how the summer is going to be looking. Yep, it's going to be a hot one for sure. Going to be a hot summer. All right, and then also the Mayfield, Kentucky storm, they added a flood warning. So Mayfield, Kentucky, Benton, Kentucky, Bardwell, of those two systems that went back to back there, they have a brand new flood warning out of that area, and from Kentucky here that goes until 8 o'clock time frame. But no, we have not seen. We've seen a tornado or two, to my knowledge. We haven't seen anything that's been on the ground for really any length of time, to my knowledge. And I'm not. I mean, I'm not missing anything here. All right, there we go. I think I spoke too soon here. So we have an observed tornado. So it looks like we have an observed tornado near Bank Springs, Louisiana. So we have a confirmed observed tornado that's coming out of this system right here. So this is a damaging tornado, a confirmed tornado that was located 9 miles northwest of Clarks, 9 miles northwest of Clarks, 12 miles west of Columbia. So this is in southeastern Jackson and northeastern Wynn parishes into Louisiana. So this is a damaging tornado, radar confirmed tornado. This tornado will be near Clarks, near Grayson, around 5:30, Columbia around 5:35 time frame, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour from this developing confirmed tornado that was showing up on radar here. So if we can kind of just zoom into this area, this is the area of interest near that has the observed tornado on it, confirmed, basically 9 miles northwest of Clarks, 9 miles northwest of Clarks here, of this system that was showing the circulation that I highlighted earlier, coming out of the cotton plant. So this has now been confirmed. This has now been confirmed of a confirmation tornado that is on the ground. So if you live in these areas of the southeastern Jackson and northeastern Wynn parishes counties, you need to be in your safe zone immediately of this confirmed tornado by radar. Has been confirmed. Going to be in the Clarks and Grayson area about around 5:30 p.m., as well as Columbia around 5:35 p.m. Grayson about 45 miles an hour, as this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. Hey, Mitch, someone please answer me. I don't know. What do you need help with? Is Jackson, Mississippi going to get slammed? Is Jackson, Mississippi going to get slammed? So right now we're on an active tornado warning happening right now. Jackson is in the path. They are under the tornado watch until 10 o'clock. So a lot of the activity is still, out west of you. So yes, it's we're still watching this activity. You have the possibility of seeing tornadic supercells between now and 10 o'clock time frame. All right, so this is the observed tornado that is on the ground northwest of Clarks. This is it was about 9 miles northwest of Clarks. There, that has continued to lift off into the northeast around 45 miles an hour. This is a confirmed observed tornado in Louisiana that is currently on the ground as we speak. You need to be in your safe zone. If you live in the southeastern Jackson and southeastern Wynn Parishes County within Louisiana. Um, all right, so here's this is the circulation. This is the circulation right here that's showing up on radar. That's north of County Road 4. We have another scans. We still see these darkening colors of the green showing up. That's the indication of the velocities hitting the surface as it's going to be able to cross over County Road 165 here. So it's going to be crossing over 165, lifting off into the northeast. So locations continue to be in the path. Going to be right here about 5:44, so that gives you about 15 minutes or so. About to cross County Road 165 here as it continues to lift northeast about 45 miles an hour with this system, and eventually head towards possibly the 425 area around 5:54 p.m. So this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground in the state of Louisiana right now. Yeah, so we had a confirmed tornado earlier about 3 o'clock, and this is our second. I think we had maybe possibly another one, but this is our second confirmed tornado that we've seen so far this afternoon in towards the Louisiana area coming out. Yeah, so locations in the path are Bank Springs, Louisiana, Bank Springs, Clarks, and Grayson. Bank Springs, Clark, and Grayson are under the tornado warning with the observed tornado that is on the ground right now. Those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately into Clarks, Bank Springs, Grayson, as well as Riverton, Louisiana. Oh, flex tape. It saved me on the lake last year. Oh, dumb door with dumb design. Yeah, flex tape. That's the one that Reed Timmer uses. He's the sponsor of it. Or they sponsor. That's one of his sponsors. All right, so we're watching this active tornado warning that's happening right now. That's coming out of Clark's, Louisiana here, as it continues to race across to the northeast here. All right, so I'm just reading some reports from snowfall totals that's coming out of Bismarck here, or North Dakota. It appears that, say, Glenborn, North Dakota, as at 4 o'clock this afternoon, has picked up 2 feet. This is in North Dakota. This is the blizzard that they were expecting. Glenburn, 24 inches. Dickinson, 23 inches. Into the Minot area, 21 inches. Bismarck has picked up 14 inches. Back into Williston, about another 10 inches. Yeah, so there's a lot of areas of over 20 inches, and it still has a ways to go. I mean, they have a whole nother day of it. They have a whole nother day of snow into tomorrow. Oh, hey, Snowies, you just got your first sponsor? Congratulations. That's awesome. Observed wind gusts of 74 miles an hour reported on the south side of Memphis, Tennessee. Multiple trees uprooted, power lines down. Yeah, so this is the cell that came out of Memphis, and you can definitely see this pretty nasty squall line. These supercells on the leading edge of this front. It's producing some pretty good straight line winds here. Yep, and then you got the extension of this this watch, 70 mile per hour. So yeah, there you go, 70 mile per hour winds coming out of this storm. That severe storm continues to intensify, pushing some 70 mile per hour wind gusts that's coming out of the Memphis, Tennessee area as it continues to push across into Ripley. But yeah, these storms continue to remain active down further into Mississippi, Memphis, Memphis, and then we have that Warren cell back into Louisiana here. Just looking at my feed. Man, it is coming down in North Dakota. All right, hold on, guys. Let me get some more water. Hey guys, I'm back. Hey, North Dakota was accurate. They were getting like 1, 2, 3 feet of snow. Yeah, I was just reading reports as of 4 o'clock. Yeah, the highest was 2 feet so far, but it's only about halfway over. All right. So we've got several tornado warnings. We still have that observed tornado that's on the ground back into Louisiana here. We've been watching this system, and they've already extended this tornado warning further off to the east here. But this was that tornado that was on the ground, confirmed by radar here, 7 miles northwest of Clark's, or 7 miles west of Columbia. Going to be over Columbia around 5:35. So that's why they went ahead and extended this this watch, or this warning further off into the east. Towards the Winsboro area, and this is just south of the I-20 area, Interstate 20 here. A semi-tractor trailer was blown over in Will County, Illinois, around 4:15. Hey, whether to go? Here's my email address. I tapped out my email. If you can send me an email, probably tomorrow or the next day or so, I want to talk to you about. So if you can reach out to me and we can coordinate, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, just so send me an email and reach out, and we can touch base. All right, so we're watching we're watching these storms that are continue to race across. We have this other little tornado warning that's going to be expiring about 5 minutes or so, as this wholesale is isolated. All right, cool. This wholesale is isolated over south of Yazoo City. That was the area that was showing that rotation earlier. That was continue to push off towards the Interstate 55 here. So the tornado warnings continue to remain in effect. We've had several confirmed tornadoes so far this evening, as things are going to be starting to get a little bit more active as we get into the evening hours. The tornado watches have been extended further off to the east, towards Tupelo and to Starksville. This is all heading into the Memphis area, and then we have those cells that warranted the tornado warnings further north up into Kentucky here. So let's take a look at the high resolutions guidance. We haven't done that in a couple hours. Let's take a look at what could be coming down the pike here. All right, so this is about 7 o'clock. So this is what we're watching is this is let me just take these watches off so we can get a better look at this. All right, so here's the latest run on the high resolution guidance. This is about 7 o'clock. So by 7, according to the latest run, it appears the storms will be basically out of Monroe, out of Shreveport, and heading towards the Baton Rouge area. This is where they extended the tornado watch earlier until about 10. So they went ahead and extended this through 10 o'clock time frame. So those cells will be moving across into Jackson, heading towards the Tupelo area, trying to finish up in Memphis, but still hanging on just to the east side of Memphis here. And then heading into Jackson. Looks like we're trying to get some bow segments, trying to come out of just north of Jackson here, just north of Interstate 40. Could be indicative of some very heavy straight line winds with these bow segments that's trying to indicate here on some of the high resolution guidance. So we have to be concerned about that of some of these higher wind gusts coming out of these areas up here further to the north. And then heading into Evansville and then getting back into Indianapolis. Looks like we've got activity getting pretty active towards Indianapolis here towards the 7 o'clock time frame. And then this will continue to push across into Jackson, head towards, again, near Baton Rouge here, getting a little bit closer into Birmingham, into Huntsville, back into Nashville, Louisville. Should be ending by then in Memphis. This is about 9 o'clock, so that's still 3 hours away. And then further up to the north, we have some cells extending all the way into Milwaukee. Remember, these areas have a slight risk. It has at least a marginal risk for storms. Getting into the slight risk towards further south into Fort Wayne areas, and they put Indianapolis now in that slight risk, which they downgraded earlier. And then by about, say, midnight time frame, we could be looking at a pretty nasty squall line that comes through, going to be starting to impact New Orleans, going to be approaching the Mobile area into Montgomery, potentially coming out of Nashville, starting to somewhat be over in Nashville, leading edge into Jefferson City, heading towards Cincinnati, and back into Fort Wayne. While the snow is just still cranking in North Dakota here. And then as this continues to push off, this is about 2 o'clock in the morning. So the southeast side of it remains fairly active. So it'll get into Atlanta, it'll get into Montgomery, Dothan, Mobile, heading right directly over New Orleans by then. So it could be not a good night's sleep in New Orleans with storms past the midnight hour into Gulfport, Mississippi. It looks to be fairly active into Hattiesburg, into Meridian. This is over into the overnight hours, into the wee hours of the morning. As the middle of the system, they kind of breaks apart because this low pressure system will continue lifting further north. So the snowstorm winds down on the backside, and then this low pressure system will live further into Canada. And this continues till about 5 o'clock time frame, continue to push off further off to the southeast, heading towards the Tallahassee area by then, towards the Atlanta, Georgia, but not much in between, right? It really starts to break up in the midsection of the country. But as this low pressure system just kind of expands. But we still got very cold air on the backside, and then heavy snow into Winnipeg and to North Dakota. And then we just keep expanding as the snowstorm continues to crank itself even into Thursday. And then as this continues to push off, it starts to lose its ability, because this is in the morning hours time frame. But once we get towards, say, 10 o'clock, it could start ramping up again. All right, so this is where the Storm Prediction Center has put out for tomorrow their slight risk for severe weather. So this is the slight risk for severe weather as we get into Virginia. So as these storms, it's about 10 o'clock, but once we hit towards the afternoon hours, they start to intensify a little bit again. So, but a marginal risk for storms back into Columbia, into Charlotte, into Wilmington, into Greensboro, as well as into Virginia Beach, portions of West Virginia. And then there's another little notch that we do have a slight risk for storms, a little bit higher intensity, into Philadelphia, into Trenton, into Allentown, back into New York, potentially going into Bridgeport, Hartford, all the way up here into further into Connecticut. These areas, or maybe a little bit stronger activity of storm development as we get into the afternoon hours. Hey, thanks so much, Kendrick. That's awesome. Appreciate it. Yeah, so that'll give you an idea of the latest runs on the high resolution guidance, plus the activity that the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting for tomorrow. With this snowstorm just continue to crank and pulling in all that clearing on the backside. So there's not much, right? So after this moves out, it's pretty clear on the backside for tomorrow. And then by Friday, there's like a little notch down here towards Oklahoma City, maybe in the far northeast Texas. We could be looking at some kind of marginally produced storms. But we got more rain for Northern California. So that part of the country remains active. That's pretty much indicative of the La Nina. You got the atmospheric river continue to be fairly active in Washington and Oregon, Northern California. But a lot of the precipitation, the taps pretty much dry out as you get into central and southern California. But we'll have to wait for that little trough that heads towards the last week of the month that has to come back, that will potentially come back in maybe 10 days or so to maybe bring some more beneficial rains to central and southern California. All right, so that's so that'll give you an idea. Sorry, that's the wrong one I'm pressing. All right, so we have several tornado warnings still in effect. Nothing confirmed on the ground as of this moment, but we still have several tornado warnings that we're keeping an eye on down here for this activity. Hey, I love the snow. I'm just saying it seems just saw the weather for my area, and there will be snow today and all week until next Wednesday. Very crazy. Yay, rain in Northern California. Yep, you got more rain, Heather. I think I read California was starting off to the driest start in like 40 years, at least January and February. They had some rain in March. I don't know. Okay. All right, so let's zoom out and get the big picture here. So we've got several warnings that are active right now, maybe a couple of warnings here. Oh, let's go further to the north. Looks like we've tried to have some circulation up here towards just east of Memphis here. So this one right here is trying to circulate. There was a at 5:48. There was a new tornado warning that was talked about with the severe storm producing a tornado that was located near Holly Springs, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this appears to be a confirmed tornado by Holly Springs, moving about 40 miles an hour. So the severe thunderstorm producing a tornado that was located near Holly Springs, moving 40 miles an hour, or heading towards the central Marshall County area in northwestern Mississippi, Benton County and northeastern Mississippi. So this is a radar indicated confirmed tornado that's coming out of the Holly Springs area, indicated by radar, that basically is east of the Memphis, Tennessee area. That those areas need to be in their safe zone with this indicated rotation, basically north of the Holly Springs area, right just south of the Highway 72 here, of this looks to be confirmed possible tornado that is on the ground right now, lifting northeast at 40 miles an hour. So the locations in its path are going to be the Holly Springs area, the Blue Mountain area, Ripley. Those areas are going to be in line to see this tornadic supercell that's showing pretty evident circulation on radar here as it continues to move across to the northeast. Yeah, so tornado warning for Holly Springs, Ripley, Walnut, Mississippi. These areas have a tornado warning in place. There's also that flash flood warning in place for portions of Memphis, Tennessee, Bartlett, and South Haven. They've seen 1 to 2 inches of rain, and they're going to get another 1 to 2 inches of rain into the overnight hours. All right, so we're watching a confirmed radar indicated tornado in the Holly Springs area, just basically east of Memphis, Tennessee. That you need to be in your safe zone in these zones near the Holly Springs area, near Blue Mountain, as well as Ripley here. It's still a tornado outbreak. All you need for a tornado outbreak is at least 6 tornadoes, and I believe maybe 12. I thought it was 10. I think the minimum criteria is 10 tornadoes for an outbreak. That's the number I had in my mind, is 10. But yes, you would think over such a huge real estate of area for multiple states, you would probably get possible 10 tornadoes from the system. But guesstimates were as high as 25 today. But I mean, the day's not over. There's still 6 hours left. Yeah, to my knowledge, this would not be an outbreak just yet. There hasn't been enough to warrant an outbreak just yet. Yeah, we've seen way worse. Man, oh, wake up. Day 3. Yeah, these lives wear you out. I mean, I got to be honest with you. Man, they're challenging. Hey, I had a little hell this morning too, Stormy. Yeah, I've been up since 5. Of course, I had all the activity come through Dallas this morning. Was posting about that, and there were all this activity that for 4 or 5 hours, sporadically. All right. Yeah, it's getting 6 o'clock. All right, 6 o'clock, guys. So 6 o'clock. So we're watching. All right, so let's. Wow. Okay, so let's look at this storm up here because towards further to the north here towards Indianapolis here. Yeah, so this is a new area that we're looking at. We haven't looked at Indianapolis yet. It's got some 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's a brand new tornado warning that was issued around 6:56. That's Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Time. That goes until 7:30. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was over Bedford. That was over Bedford, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So locations in its path are northeastern Lawrence County and central Indiana, and northwestern Jackson County and central Louisiana. So this is another radar indicated tornado into Barlettsville, Heltonsville, and Norman until around 7:15 time range towards the Norman. And it appears with this particular cell, it has dropped some larger hail. So this came through. You can see this little this red area, about 2 inches of hail. And to Mount Olive here around 1.7, and to Silverville around 1.2 inches here. And this is of like the biggest hail I've seen of the evening, actually. And then these winds are cranking about 70 miles an hour as well. So this is producing some damaging straight line winds as it continues to push across, northeast here. And then they have that tornado warning that was issued into portions of Indiana with this circulation right here, just basically right by Bedford here into Indiana. So this area is definitely need to be in their safe zone with these little quick spin up possible tornadoes happening right now as these storms are really moving now 70 miles an hour. All right, so it looks like looking at a storm spotter, spring, that was in Spring, Texas last night. I'm getting all the reports from yesterday. Oh yeah, there's the bot again. Oh my gosh. That thing was there yesterday. That thing was there last night. All right, so let's talk about some power outages. All right, so currently it looks like we got about 28,000 people without power in Texas, about 40,000 in Louisiana. So 40,000 without power in Louisiana, another 19 in Arkansas, and another 15 in Tennessee here. So as these storms are getting more active, there's more people that are losing power out of some straight line winds and some of this tornadic activity. Mm. All right, guys, I'm fading. um, yeah, and I know this severe threat's going to go on through the rest of the evening. Yeah, so the severe threat's going to be continued to go on for the rest of the evening. But I'm really fading and I'm starving. But yeah, it looks like we've tracked numerous tornado warnings happening, and then we tracked several observed tornadoes. Hey, thanks, Weather to Go. Yeah, please reach out. I'd love to talk to you. And all right, so yes, it's going to continue to remain active for the rest of the evening. We've got several tornado warnings. This is can continue. It looks to appear. We looked at the high resolution data as it continues to push off to the southeast. Then it's going to be more activity as we get into New Orleans timeframe. Towards the midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. Timeframe, very active into the overnight. So in these areas, you just need to remain high alert for these systems that are moving, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. This is not going to end. This is going to continue through the evening hours and into the overnight. We did see this line go through portions of Atlanta, possibly by, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. But the middle part of the country starts to fade a little bit. So it starts to weaken as we get after, say, 10 o'clock, and towards maybe the midnight time frame. So it's still going to be fairly active. It's still going to be pretty active for the next, it appears, a good 4 hours, probably at least till 10. And then a lot of the activity shifts off further off into the southeast. And then you'll be more active down here towards the coast. So, but yeah, hey, I appreciate you watching, guys. Appreciate you hanging with me. I know it's been 3 days of live coverage. We did Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and of course, I've been putting a video out, and I do all my stuff for all my local community here. But I'm gonna eat. I'm starving. I'm starving. So, hey, I appreciate you guys watching. Y'all be safe this evening, and I'll be doing a full update for tomorrow morning for sure. I'll break everything down. Probably look at further out too as well. More of a longer range type setup video to kind of give you a little bit more a better idea of what's to come and to the and for the next, say, 7 to 10 days or so. So. All right, guys. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in this today for storm coverage. It does appear things are going to be starting to wind down a little bit tomorrow, but then really start to wind down as we go into Good Friday. So thanks for all your help. Thanks for all the moderators out there. Thanks for tuning into the live stream. So I'm going to go eat, and y'all be safe. All right. Bye.